Why is the volume so low? I don't know if you... I did. There we go. That's why. Okay. It's gonna blast my ears now. I know for sure. It's Mr. Worldwide! Look, it's Child! It's Child Genshin Impact.
Can we play Banker next time?
What? Binker?
Exactly.
Okay.
But none of them believe.
So we just did an update, so I've got a bunch of those notifications, and I got rid of some of them. But one of the main ones is we have a new Wish character, and you know who. You know who they are. Did I pull yet? I did not pull. No, I didn't, because I'm scared. Because I'm really scared, and so instead... I ran around and I crafted stuff. And I did not pull. I'll tell you what. This pull... You know what? No, you know what? Before we pull, can we watch the Navia trailer? Can we do that first and then pull? Can we get like some Navia energy first? Because I'm really scared. I don't have nearly as many.
There are better ways
Shut up,
to
child.
seek out our enemies than, well, standing here.
I don't have nearly as many primos as I did for Furina, and Furina literally took all of them. Like, I'm scared. All right, Navia Genshin Impact. Complete guide, no. Demo, no. Trailer. Is it demo? Maybe that's it. Character demo? Is it character demo? Is that what I'm looking for? That's one. I have already seen this. I watched it yesterday. But... Oh, man.
This place is pretty dead. By which I mean, there's nothing to kill.
That's strange. Okay, one sec. Browse, no, not browser. Cancel. Windows. Okay. There we go. Character demo. And then fit to screen.
Boss, we have a lead on that no-good thief. They call him the Sea Shadow. This is his arrest warrant.
Whoa.
Unfortunately, he's got a good nose. He's unpredictable, too, which is how he's eluded us thus far.
How?
Get back here! How's he so fast?
I love how goofy her trailer is. Like, oh my wow! Look at her!
Somewhere.
I love her. She's so dainty. Look how she's her finesse.
Hey there.
Call this dainty. It's the look. Oh my gosh! See, look at her. She's so beautiful. freaking gun! Hello! A gun roller.
This one's got your name on it.
I gotta cut my losses.
No, I'm gonna be so sad if I don't get her. I'm actually
She's
gonna
one
cry.
step ahead. Thank you.
Aww.
So what if you flee by sea? Come on, lads, more speed.
Yeah.
Please, boss.
More
Put your
speed.
umbrella away.
A proper send-off.
Oh, I love her moves. Look at them. Oh my gosh, Navia.
Ah, ready to admit defeat? Let's get you to the guards.
Boss? We might need to get him to a doctor first.
Oh, she's so perfect. She's just so perfect in every way.
Well, standing here.
Just hear a child yelling in the background. What are we doing just standing here? Shut up, child. We have important things to do. I know, all her animations are so over the top and I love it. Okay. Wish me luck. No! I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Let's go. I'm gonna drink my tea and not think about it. Oh no. No. Okay, first pull. Nothing. Come on, please. Please give it to me. I deserve it. I am the most special person ever. And I deserve things. Is that a good enough plea? I think that's a good enough plea. Come on! No! You'll at least reach 5-star. I don't know. Oh, I got Candace. That's cool. Oh, I got Sucrose. That's cool. 2 characters I never use. That's great. I love that. Come on. No! I know, they're not bad. I just never use them. I've actually built Sucrose a little bit, but I stopped using her after a bit. I think because I just got kind of tired of using... Ooh, Sacrificial Sword. That's not too bad. I got kind of tired of using magic users. You know what I mean? Like the punchy ones. Oh, fuck. We got 2 more. I don't know. I don't know about this, man. I don't know about this. No! Guys. I'm already admitting defeat. I'm not nearly as confident as when I was pulling for Furina. Oh, not Rosaria. I literally don't care about Rosaria. Well, we tried. We tried. No! I knew it. I knew it. Maybe I will listen to Being. Maybe my Furina really did drain me. She really drained me. Oh wow. It was not meant to be. It was not meant to be. It's fine. I'm fine. Everything's great. Everything's great and wonderful. And I'm happy. Maybe she'll be a treat after story. Maybe. Make 50 wishes. Yep, I've done that. my gosh. Did I get someone new? Oh, no. God. Hey, I got my first C6 to character. That's great. Okay. Let me just adjust the volume again, because it's still really low. Okay, so we need to go... I think that's in the Fortress of Meripede. I should have drawn her. That's what it was. I should have drawn her. I didn't. I did a sketch, but I didn't give her a proper drawing, and she's like, "Well, that's what you get. You should have done a
No
proper
time to
drawing
lose.
for me. This is all your fault." Where am I going? What do you sell here? Oh! What are those? Are those tickets? Can you get, like, the tickets from this whole section to buy stuff? I didn't actually think you could use them. She's sulking that you didn't give her proper attention. It's true. It's true. It's all my fault because I split my attention between her and Furina. And she was like, "Excuse me. A lady of my status deserves undivided attention. You cannot split your attention between me and another." It's true. It's true. I didn't value her enough. Where am I going? Learn more about Everett. Okay.
You guys are back?
Quisto? Who are you?
Quisto!
Who are
You
these guys?
guys didn't get caught.
Oh
and
my god,
thrown
it's the
back down here, right?
Goons!
Huh? No, not at
It's
all.
my Goonies! My
Here
little
I
Goonie
thought
boys.
you'd managed to escape from jail during all the commotion. I'd held you up as legendary jailbreakers, but now you're telling me you just never left?
We're sorry, but we just had some business to take care of.
All right. There's no need to get caught up in the details. We're just
The
relieved to see you.
details.
He was super worried about you, you know.
Hey, it wasn't just me. Weren't you super worried as
They were
well?
worried about me!
Something like that, yeah. I was also transferred to work in the kitchen a few days ago. I can still hear Quisto mumbling to the carrots. Are those
thought
two
everyone
all
just
right?
ran
You
off
think they made it out alive?
When the prison, like,
Whenever
no,
he'd say
opened
that,
up.
I'd tell him I'm sure they're fine. Wherever they are, they're kicking back with drinks in hand, enjoying the lovely scenery.
Aww.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with worrying about your prison pals. Is there? I mean, considering how they always love listening to all my gossip.
That's true.
These two. They sure are a lot warmer and friendlier than when Paimon first met them.
Oh yeah, the welfare Oh my god, I forgot all about the prison. You know what? I don't miss the prison, actually. I actually really don't miss the prison. But I miss these two. Your meals will bring all the prisoners to the cafeteria.
Oh, well, if you say so. I'll be watching you to make sure you finish every last bite.
I would never waste your food. Oh. Those two. You won't go back after this? Don't send me back to jail, please. I can't bear it. I just can't. I can't do it. Oh, this girl.
Seedwing! Traveler, Paimon, you're back! Are you still doing all right? Did either of you get hurt?
Why do I like all of the NPC characters, but none of the main characters in the prison. I just don't like any of the main characters.
We're fine, but what about you guys? It was
What
such
is
a
she?
huge mess. How bad was it? A few people sustained superficial injuries, but that's about the extent of the damage. Monsieur Nervillette paid us a visit. It was all thanks to him that we managed to suppress the crisis for the time being. Of course, we must also thank you for the help you provided. How did Nervillette know that he was needed here?
He just knows. He just knows
Monsieur
everything.
Nervillette has strong resonance with the hydro element. When the water level rises, he can feel the waves produced. I ran into the bombshell bros while bandaging the injuries of the wounded. They were mumbling the whole time about how you just ran down without a word. I'm so relieved to see that you're both alright. If you're not too pressed for time, please stay with us a few more days.
No.
Just let me know if you get a craving for any particular dish.
No,
so
I
I
won't.
can have Mr. Walsey get your meals prepared. Oh, and please feel free to visit the infirmary for a break at any time.
I will not.
I'd like to take the opportunity to spend some more time observing your facial muscles as well.
No, thank you.
Your happy
Bye.
smiles are quite contagious, you know. They're so memorable, and I've missed them immensely while you were gone.
I would like to not be in this conversation right now. Bye. She's so weird. Okay, let's teleport here. Oh god, this prison is so confusing. This was my issue. I was just so confused about how to get anywhere. Oh my gosh. Okay, elevator, lift. That goes down. Oh, the fuck, wow. Please. Oh no, it's going down. I don't want to go down, I want to go up.
Yeah.
I think that's right. Yeah, this one is right. I'll switch off of Child once we're out of prison. Child's on my team while we're in jail. And then after we can be free.
Now guess, what suit will this next card be?
Oh, they're still
A
here.
bare-teeth cat?
Stop.
Well, well, look who it is.
Traveler, Paimon.
Hello, everyone.
He's okay.
Looks like you're recovering nicely, Fremine.
Mm-hmm. Thanks to
Lemony.
everyone's support. Oh, right. I managed to work up the courage to thank Miss Clarant in person.
Aw,
Whoa, how did she react?
I'm so proud of you.
She told me that it was nothing. It was as if saving a life wasn't a big deal to her at all. She also told me not to worry about it.
She didn't want to stress you out, that's all. She's right, and it's best not to dwell on it.
Yeah.
I don't know how you said that without opening your mouth, but okay.
Okay, but check this out. We went back to the opera house and we met the knave.
You met Father?
Oh my god,
Did she say anything to you?
we did meet her. I forgot about
Few
that.
things that were, a bit hard to understand. And also that she's looking forward to working with us in the future.
Oh my god, that whole section was sick. Like, aside from the whole prison bit, the whole bit with Arlecchino, that's how you say her name, right? That whole bit with her was amazing.
Her attitude towards you is even better than what we'd imagined. That's fantastic. You should believe her. She has her own way of doing things, and she'll do everything in her power to help those she considers close, which now might also include you.
I don't know her. So
Father is very capable, and also trustworthy.
I trust you
Paimon
guys.
just remembered that she thought Linny was a
but-
bit too proud as well. She said that you should learn how to rely on others sometimes.
Got it.
That does sound like something that Father would say.
Hey!
Are you going to stay here for the next few days?
No. Ew.
Looks like it, yeah.
No! Why does everyone want me to stay here? I don't
Excellent.
want to stay!
I will host a tea party.
No! Okay.
For real? Then Paimon wants another serving of cake.
Another implies that you were already served some delicious cake while you were up there. How lovely.
I'll stay if it's with them.
Well, next time, you're going to have tea and snacks with us.
Aww. They're so cute.
We should start preparing that tea party.
We should.
Oh, that's a great idea. I'm all for it.
It's okay, they don't
I'll help
show
you
it.
set it up.
No, show the tea party. Don't show me staying here, but show that.
We should start preparing.
Oh.
Oh, that's a...
I'll help you set it up.
Oh, look at them. Okay. Bye-bye. I love how they're forcing me to stay in this prison for one extra set number of days. I don't know how long they expect me to stay here, but I am glad at the very least they're not making me go through those couple of days. Oh, this must be where Rothley is? What was his name? Funny boy's name. Rizzler? Risley?
Courier? Miss Sishween told me you still haven't
Oh
eaten.
yeah, then there's these two.
Yeah, I was working on something, so I forgot.
That's no excuse for... Huh? It's you two.
Junior, Lurvine, we're back!
Hello there. It's been quite the mess here recently. How have you been?
And you?
We're fine.
Are you still taking the secret
It's pronounced
passageway from the
Risley. I have
infirmary
no
to
idea how to
work
spell
on
it.
the
It's like
ship?
Yep.
Rothley
That is
or
still top
something.
secret, though. So
The
don't say a
spelling, I
word
mean.
to anyone.
It can be a bit annoying when there are lots of people in the infirmary, but I still prefer taking that route over the one from the Duke's office.
I mean, the infirmary does make it easier for you to slack off.
Oh yeah? Then why are you also here so much?
Okay,
So really,
okay.
you're just using your jobs
jeez.
as a cover for your relationship, aren't you?
Not at all!
Okay, talk to Rizzler. What are those? What are those things?
No time to lose.
It's Risley. Risley's funnier. Alright, Rizman.
Do my eyes deceive me, or did I just see two inmates come back after making it to the surface? Some strange winds blowing of late.
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing. Is everything still alright?
We're fine, for the most part. Neuvillette came down and took care of the worst of it.
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to stay here?
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Udex himself to exchange the courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of nowhere.
I don't think that's going to work.
He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea. He did remember to take Miss Sijween's gift with him, though.
He sure sounds super busy.
Miss Clorand has left as well. She also took her gift from Miss Sijween.
Were the gifts milkshakes?
Neuvillette got the milkshake. Clorand received lipstick instead.
Lipstick?
Those aren't even remotely alike.
Well, it's Neuvillette's own fault for making Sijween worried about his health by working so much. But besides that, our head nurse is still pretty fond of picking out beauty products for the ladies.
What?
Oh, and I have some gifts here for you as well.
Are these from Sijween
Are they
too?
more lipstick?
Nope, they're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time. You haven't yet served your full prison term, however, so you may continue to use your cell until your term is up.
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long time?
No! Why would I want to stay here longer?
You may access the cafeteria for free.
Hooray!
Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for your release.
Why do we have to keep staying here? No! I hate this. Why the fuck are you happy about this, Paimon? I'm not happy about this. This is the worst. They're sending me back to jail. Wait, did I didn't officially finish this. I didn't officially finish this questline, did I? I stopped right before finishing it. That's why they're sending me back to jail. We're like, no. You still have jail time to do. Maybe prison is fun. No! It's not. Good thing you signed this lease for 3 more months. No! Why does everyone want me to go back to jail? This is the last bit. Yeah. I legit completely forgot. I was like, oh yeah, we're on to the next part of the quest. But no. I forgot that I just left this whole section because I was like, I'm done. I don't want to go back to jail. Please. Please don't make me. Please don't make me. But alas. The me of now has to deal with it. But it's fine. I'm on vacation. And I'm not stressed. I'm not upset. I'm fine. I'm great. Everything's great. Everything's absolutely great. I didn't get Navia. It's great. It's great. It's fine. I could have been running around as Navia, but it's okay. It's okay. I didn't want to run around as Navia. I never wanted to run around as Navia.
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners, though, so it really doesn't feel the same.
Feels like we've regained our freedom. No, it doesn't, because we're still here.
Being free sure feels pretty special now.
I do have Furina, and that is a blessing to have at least one of them. Paimon, is there something you'd like to say?
Huh? How did you know?
Because you usually just immediately fall asleep and shut up.
Hey, that's not true! All right. Okay, Paimon just wanted to say that we really are an amazing duo after all.
What did you do?
It's like we've now gone to so many places together and become friends with so many people. We've never stopped traveling or stopped meeting new friends. There are so many bad things in the world, and we're just 2 people, but...
People?
We've still been solving problems no matter where we go. Isn't that pretty cool?
We're the best adventurers ever. Oh, that's a line straight out of the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. But you're not as cool as my partner Pokemon.
You're counting Paimon today? Aren't you the only adventurer here?
Being a guide counts too.
Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well. Paimon will also be an adventurer from today forward.
Yes, and you can earn more primos for me.
That's making Paimon giddy. Paimon's gonna crash, so you sleep soon too. The last time we fell asleep here, we woke up to a whole mess outside our cell. The primordial seawater nearly rose up. That was so scary. We should be safe now, right?
We'll be fine, so don't worry, Paimon.
Alright then, good night to you, traveler.
Oh no, we're gonna go to sleep one more time in this sticky place. Good night to you too, Paimon. I don't want to be here anymore. What? Wait a minute. My boy! My boy! I can't even scream. I can't even scream. It's him! It's him! What are you seeing? Oh my god! Where the fuck is he? Oh my god. I missed that. Oh my god. That's how the quest ended? Oh my god. I need to find him. How did we fucking forget about him? We just like went to finish our stupid sentence when my boy is like missing and in the ocean and underneath a whale. What the fuck? What is this? All right. he's calling out for help. Then why can't I hear him? What did I even get here? Oh. Okay. Wait until the next day. Hi, boy. I can't remember what time they told me to wait. Some time has passed since the incident in the Fortress of Meripede. Your sentence is almost— Almost? What do you mean
Now for a little
almost?
rest after breakfast. Ah, this is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Meripede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
Why on earth did I go through my full sentence? Why would I need to? My boy is out there, floating around in the ocean, waiting for me. Like, why did I come back? I could be doing so many things. I'm leaving. Leave! Why do they like
Please
living
sign here.
I don't get
This
it.
document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
What's happening?
You okay? Is this place okay?
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's
Me
close
too.
the Duke.
Maybe it's just gonna flood. Maybe this whole place is just gonna flood and explode. I have to go back. No, I want to leave! Every time they keep pulling me back in. I can't even scream. My voice is gone. I can't even express my sadness. There is no despair.
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish
Did
to
you
see me
hydrate?
about?
I am hydrating.
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
The surface?
Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
Monsieur.
So the fortress is okay?
For now.
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Today is the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
I guess so.
It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's
Yes.
right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
No, it hasn't! It's not been nice at all! It has felt like I've been confined here because I wanted to leave. What are you saying? I hate you! I hate all of you! I hate every single one in this room! I want to leave so badly and you keep forcing me back here! It has felt like prison, Paimon! It has! And I am so tired and I want to leave.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and
Why?
visit. I'll miss you.
I will not miss you, or
If
you,
you've
or
signed
any
the
of
release
you.
papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well,
Just
You
get
actually
me
agreed.
out of here.
No worries. You must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
That's all right. It's not like we'll never visit again. That's not true. That's not true. I'm never coming back here. You will have to drag me by my fairy coattail things that Lumine has and force me back in here to get me back in this prison because I am never coming back.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you.
No, we won't!
Paimon really likes the
Don't
cafeteria
speak for me!
here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirabine is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervlev was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia.
I'm sorry. What kind of jail do you have where the inmates want to come back of their own free will? Does that not speak for the pointlessness of the jail itself? I mean, like, if the jail is so great, then why would anyone not want to go to jail? Like, I would do crimes for days if it were that great. It just means it's a crappy prison. It's a terrible prison. I think I would get pneumonia in that place. I think I would get rust poisoning. What's rust poisoning again? I'd get that. I've forgotten what it is.
You're going to see Monsieur Nervulette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I will not. I will
I'm
not
sure
speak
just
of you
your
anymore.
regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Oh my god. I'm free! We're never going back there. We're never going back. Never, ever, ever. We're free! Wait, child can't be free. Hold up, guys. Sorry, this is very inaccurate. Let's pull out our girl. Also, look, I got Furina to 18, I got Charlotte to 70, and any more would kill my brain. So I'm leaving it at that for now.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Huh.
Halt! Huh?
What?
Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervulette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Whoa, what is your voice?
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
Naked Max at the Abyss.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
What could be so
That's
urgent?
all right. We just ate.
Very well then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release
He
paperwork.
does sound nervous.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
Tell Paimon about Child.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
How am I not freaking
Judging
out about
from your
this?
description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
He's not from Fontaine, so he won't dissolve. He'll just drown. I don't know.
Most people wouldn't be capable
be
of entering in
sad.
the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
Because he's an abyss boy and he just does weird shit like that, I guess. Something we'd like to ask you about.
Yes? What is it?
What was that tremor we felt earlier?
Ah, right. Paimon felt
They
it
should have
too.
felt that too, yeah.
We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this
He
particular
clipped
matter.
through the abyss.
In fact, that's exactly what I was busy
He
with a
would.
moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
Yes, Spina di Rosula's headquarters are there.
I
Yes!
would also like to go there as soon as possible,
see
but
my
I'm
girl?
afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Sounds like a plan.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Poisson. Where's Poisson? Oh yeah, that's a shit place, isn't it? Poisson is fish, right?
Oh no! What happened here?
Does it look different? It looks just as trashy as usual. All the buildings here seem to be in pretty rough shape now. There's nobody around. Were they all dissolved? No, let's not assume the worst yet. Damn! Dissolved.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still...
They better not hurt my girl.
That means we need to check on her.
Mm-hmm. You better not say shit about her. Where is she? Oh, there's one guy up there.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry.
Oh, I brought people with me.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree!
Whoa, what happened?
He looks pretty sad.
My leg!
What happened?
My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just
she come
hang in
from?
there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
The waters rose. Oh. Did it? It doesn't look like it rose. You know what's bad about the water? Does it have the primordial sea in it? But wouldn't that just kill them? Like, dissolve them? Or did it, like, rise and, like, fall back down? It rose for a short moment and already went back. Oh! Right.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there.
Navia!
Hey, Navia! Are you okay?
We should probably just go to her instead of calling her out from all the way down here. Oh. She's always so depressed.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
She's so beautiful. Even when she's sad.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right.
Bad, apparently.
Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape.
Oh.
As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved.
Oh,
Those
so
who realized
it did
what
have
was
the
happening
primordial sea in it.
started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
Jeez.
The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Navia, she sounds so sad. We're here to help. I do wonder, though, about the whole lower level being contaminated, because all of that would contain at least a little bit of primordial seawater, which would be devastating to anyone that touched it. That is from Fontaine. I wonder if they, like, evaporated it, like, you know, if they heated it up and everything. Would that make the air contaminated too? Because that would be terrible. Because, like, how else would they get rid of it? They couldn't scoop it up. That'd be too dangerous. I feel like once an area gets contaminated with water, like, you're fucked.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Wait, we're missing some people, aren't we?
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
I assume Nuvi pulling all the primordial seawater from the nation when he plugged the seal. Well, clearly some of it escaped. Has to be liquid to have a large effect. Where are Malus and Silver? Oh, right! Oh, no. Don't tell me.
Demoiselle!
No.
We've got a situation here!
Don't tell me.
I'll be right there.
What was that look for?
Sorry, I need to go for now.
What was that look for? What do you mean?
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
What was that look for? Are they okay?
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
I understand.
Thank you.
Wait, where is it? Is it down here? But she can't come here. Where's the cemetery? It's up? Oh, wait. Did I just completely miss where it was? Yes, did I? Oh, shit. I'll get it later. Ever since they removed the stamina effects of oculi, I've been like, I don't really care about them. The only ones I care about are the leeway ones and the Mondstadt ones. And the Inazuma ones.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Paimon, that was not a bit for you to start
That's
talking.
How things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Let her speak. There's no need to push yourself so hard. Navia! No, honey.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just...
No!
Malus and Silver.
What do you
They
mean?
won't ever come back here again. What
Are they
should
gone?
I do, Papa?
No.
Huh? What happened to them?
Navia!
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
No!
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone.
No.
I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones.
Malus.
I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet.
No!
But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
No, that's
Hey,
so sad.
stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
We're back.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests.
Navia.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here.
No, she's so sad.
Here I am breaking that promise.
I can't.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
She's glowing too. I
Paimon
can't. She's so
doesn't know
pretty.
how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Yeah, we're here for you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Oh no!
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray,
Daisy Ray?
Juanville,
Is this not Desiree?
Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
No one's sacrifice is truly necessary.
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh!
So pretty.
Really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Who are you? Oh my gosh! Where did you come from?
What are you doing?
What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
What the heck?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
I was gonna say, when did these two know each other?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on.
I love her voice.
I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from
look at
happening.
her face!
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person, and they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate, then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
What is her plan, though? What is she gonna
By
do?
the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Oh?
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a
Paimon, just
clever and
listen.
useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So the time for Jolly Cooperation has come.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task.
Can you trust an outsider like me?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house.
Aww.
I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
I know.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
Even though we were such a dick to
The
them.
intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
Yes, of course you
wish
can!
to join, Miss Navia?
You don't even need to ask.
Are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
No! Let her come with us.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
I can't believe they're gone. Navia's strong, but she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us. Exactly.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, Traveler?
We'll go to the ruins together.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Wait, there's an homunculus over there. I kind of never noticed that Arlecchino has like a ponytail at the back. It looks a bit like a rat tail though. I kind of like her hair. I like the idea of her hair just having like, you know, her short hair and not the ponytail. The ponytail looks a bit weird. Fish. One sec. We're gonna take a little, we're gonna do a little fishing. Come on, Furina, careful. Fishing in Poisson. How very fitting.
Victory is almost. What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon?
Only bring in things that have a name.
What? Oh. Oh, fuck. What? Where were they biting? I wasn't anywhere near the line.
I only bring in things that have a name.
I just noticed that little gremlin dancing by the Bowie.
Steady now. It's the final stretch. What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon?
I only bring in things
Man,
that have a name.
that scene with Navia, that was such a good scene. I love her character. But I'm so sad, like, Melissa and Silver were such good characters.
You got it!
Paimon, shut up. I'm having a moment here, okay? They were such good characters, and they killed them. But it's like, it was good that they didn't just write them to be killed.
What is it? What is it?
You know, like they actually wrote them well.
Paimon?
They actually wrote them well, so that when they died, it wasn't just like, oh, random NPC 1 and 2 died, whatever. It was like, no, Malus and Silver died. Like that kid from Inazuma, who?
I only bring in things that have a name.
He's such a, I don't even know who the fuck you're talking about. The only other NPC that I remember being so important was oh, what was her name? That lady from Sumeru, the one that hangs out with the other lady.
I only bring in things that have a name.
Was her name Durandare or something?
Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already.
The guy that was using the solution then I literally don't know who that is. Dunyazad, that was it. Yeah, Dunyazad, she was actually written to be interesting.
I only bring in things that have a name.
Which is why I was a bit annoyed though, because I was like, oh my gosh. And at the end of like the final days, or like, you know, in the dream, she was gone forever. But then she got brought back and I was like, well, I just felt an emotional release when we got that final moment with her seeing the dance in her dream. And then when you brought her back, it was like, well, what was the point of me being sad?
I only bring in things that have a name.
So I was a bit annoyed by that.
Oh, nice catch.
Tepe was a resistance guy who was weak, but got the delusion, got old, and I legit don't remember. To be fair, out of all the story, I definitely skipped through Inazuma the most. Like Mondstadt, I was just kind of confused for a lot of it because I didn't know a lot of the world lore. So I mostly paid attention to the characters. Leeway was when I started to get what was going on a bit more. And Child was in it, so I was like fully paying attention. Inazuma is when I kind of shut down. And then Sumeru is when I started paying attention again.
Ooh, look at that! Quick, let's go show it
No
off!
love for Tepe. Maybe if the writers loved him more, I would have loved him.
I only bring in things that
Yeah, Inazuma story is just like, war bad. Like, yes, I know that.
So
You don't have to tell me.
So close! Stay cool! Whoa! Nice catch!
It was just boring. Like, I don't want to be like politics in video games bad. It's just kind of like they didn't do it in an interesting way. You know what I mean? Like they've done politics in other parts of Genshin and made it interesting. Just not in Inazuma. They just kind of gave up in that region. I don't know why. They did Sumeria politics. Yeah, that was interesting. And hey, there's a lot of politics going on here. Alright, how do I get there? I need to like start unlocking more of these because I have not been unlocking any of them. We're gonna have to go by foot, guys. We're gonna have to run. From what I've seen about the story, Sumeria politics was actually important to the overall story. Inazuma was just bad guys tricking good guys into doing bad stuff and hurt the people. The thing about Sumeria is I literally don't know how it fits into the overall story. Like, so much of it felt so pointless, you know? Like, it felt so isolated. And normally I don't mind things that are isolated, but it just felt so, like, I don't want to be here. I've got other things to do. There we go. I need to fight these guys to get more upgrade stuff for Charlotte. I'm not in my primetime team, but let's try it anyway.
Everybody stand!
This isn't prime time, but we'll see.
Nice and spicy. Hold that pose.
Huh?
Take these photos to the
No!
standard.
She died so quickly. What the heck?
Boba, get them. Ow! Teamwork is dreamwork. This is just
Fuck, dude. This is not my go team.
Shower me with praise.
Oh my gosh. That was so bad. Everyone's dead.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise. Truly an extra slice of joy.
Oh, I've never heard her opening a chest voice lines before. Aww. Charlotte, please come back. Actually, I might just do this. It's because they based it off Japan and how they isolate themselves from most of the world for like 200 years. That's true. I did hear about that. And academia was mostly ignoring Nahida, which he basically set up intentionally after the cataclysm. Maybe you could go through all the voice. Oh, that's true. I could do that. I love walking in water.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Okay, let's go in. Oh shit, okay, I need to go with my go team, not with this team. I'm sorry, I need to bench you, Furina. Sitting in your room wondering why it's so cold with your space heater on. Turns out I had it set to fan for the past hour. Oh my gosh. That's horrible. How did you not notice that? Ooh, we got mystical music. I feel like any of this could be primordial seawater, and I'm like, Navia, I don't actually know if we should have brought you along, because now I'm worried.
Riptide!
Nice and spicy. Let's light it up. Yeah. Boba, get them.
Confess! Yeah, yeah. Ta, yeah, yeah. Ta, yeah. Ah. Da. Ta.
What? Hmm. You didn't have it directly on me so to feel the air. Hmm. Fair enough. I won't.
Watch it! The floor here isn't safe!
Oh no! Heizo! I didn't react in time. I thought we'd fall into water or something safe, but we didn't, and now he's dead.
Everybody stand back.
I'm so sorry, Heizo. Whoopsies. Okay, let's try not to fall to our deaths again. So what are we exploring here again?
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too.
Stay far away.
Fontaine would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
You should go back to safety, Navia.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless.
No one said that. Paimon, just stop talking.
You're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
From the look of things here, maybe there's no way back. Oh, right.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
Just teleport.
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either.
Oh, shit.
I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
But how? There isn't any other option.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
Navia, you better not die. I mean, you won't, but you better not get hurt or something. How are you supposed to get across?
Oh,
I guess you could like...
It's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
This is so dangerous because like if you get hit by any of those drops, like I don't know what would happen. We're Tomb Raidering. Iso grunts. You know what is sad? We never got any Heizo in Inazuma. He just didn't exist. That's a true tragedy. Whoa! Oh shit, don't fall down. Look at that! That's pretty. We are Tomb Raidering! Oh
Wait,
shit.
there's
We are
something
Tomb
wrong
Raidering!
with this bridge.
No! Oh my god, Navia! Navia, run! Navia, run! Navia! Oh my god! Save her! Navia! No! No! What the fuck? Huh?
Demoiselle.
What?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
What is happening? Is this like a mirror space?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh. Was I sleeping?
What?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's
Are these
good to
the
see
dead
all of you.
ones?
How have you been?
Are they like trapped in purgatory or something?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like,
Oh
Demoiselle.
no, this is sad.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Is she...
Wait.
Is she remembering
Something seems to be off here.
their names?
Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
You should be dead.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of
Navia.
it.
What's
And
happening?
why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've
Melissa.
been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
Trial?
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the opera house?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
What? Are we gonna be Navia? What is happening? This has to be like some sort of weird mirror world where they can't access
Look,
our,
it's Navia.
our plane or something.
She's here.
Everything's
And her
so
two
old.
attendants are with her. Goodness.
Everything's so
Everyone's
fuzzy, like we're
finally here.
underwater.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville,
It's all of them.
Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case?
Navia.
And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat.
Why?
Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
I don't think it's a dream because she's fallen into the primordial sea. So I feel like this is like
what
some
kind of place do they think this
alternate
is?
world.
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain.
Oh my gosh, are they gonna say you've condemned so many people to their fates because she gave the order?
As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
What's happening, man?
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right.
What?
And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties.
What?
You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important,
You stand here accused of being
we couldn't
too
possibly
good.
do without you. Therefore,
What on
this
earth?
fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh?
Uh-oh.
What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
What?
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I don't like this.
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
Silver?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
A sham!
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Maloose!
Maloose?
What was that, Mr. Maloose? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice.
Is someone,
the
like, taking
nation of
over them?
Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone.
What?
Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness.
Like, what's going on here? Are they possessed? Because they were all diluted, dissolved into the primordial sea. But why are they all acting like this? And Malus and Silver still have like their own free will, kind of.
Everything is measured
But they
here
also kind
in
of
the
went along with
nation
it
of
too.
Hydro. And in the end,
It seemed like they had to
everyone shall
snap out or
meld
something.
together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
Ugh, my head. It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me.
Navia!
I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning.
She's snapping to it. She's figuring it out.
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous?
Oh,
how could she
there
possibly
they are.
be an independent individual?
What's
turned
with these
into
people?
things.
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
No!
Silence!
What? How did he get in here?
That's...
Oh shit, it's
Monsieur
just the living
Neuvillette.
beings. Well, they have no
Such
individuality,
commotion
apparently.
is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Malus.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
Can he take her out? What about them?
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Yes!
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that
No!
this shall be our last goodbye.
No, this is so mean!
Malus. Silver.
No!
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
So mean! I really thought that we'd be bringing them back because Navia fell into the ocean.
No, wait! Just a second!
No!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Where did you come from?
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
Normally I don't like revival stories, but I'd allow it for them too. I would too. I also hate revival stories, but I'd accept it for them. But I agree, we didn't get a proper goodbye, and I am glad that they gave us that much. But that's still so cruel.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
Ew.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What?
What is it?
What did you do?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it
So
not
that's
for
why she
their intervention,
survived.
I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So people that had dissolved became Oceanids.
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Navia, how is she gonna get, like, how is she gonna get on from this?
Neverette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
What?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden?
Yeah, what's up? I don't want to talk to
Oh,
you.
Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
What? By the way, Sigewinne sends her regards, I guess.
Sigewinne.
I don't remember that.
I
bit.
hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
Can that really be considered death? They still have their consciousness. I think they lose their consciousness over time, and they were just holding on to save, like, I guess just in case. And they managed to save her with the last bit of consciousness they had, right? That's how I see it. Like, the longer you are an Oceanid, the less of yourself you have. Like, with Vache's, with his you know, his love, and all the women that he sacrificed for her, they all sort of became one person. Right? So I think maybe some of them can have individuality, but I think most of them just sort of merge together. And for some people, that is considered death because it's like, you're not you anymore. You're just everything. So I guess that's how you look at it.
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a
I don't
lot
want
of
to talk
time
about
to understand the
Sigewinne.
world of humanity.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. even though
I don't want to talk about the Duke either.
He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
I don't want to talk about the Fortress of
He
Meropide.
doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
You're the expert here, Paimon. What should we talk about?
So, Neuvillette, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Oh my god.
Hmm? Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact.
Yeah, how did you get here?
I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents
and
evacuate.
also the bridges collapsed,
They
so
had even
how are we getting
transported
out?
a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I hope Navia can get back on her feet. I don't care about this conversation. I want to go check on Navia.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
I wish they could, like, actually join our party at least temporarily while we're in here.
Yeah.
Huh? You can run, but you can't hide. Ooh.
Out of the frying pan!
Teamwork is dreamwork. Cyclone. You're mine.
Oh no, another unstable
Not again.
path. Watch your step!
Oh my god, it really is just like Tomb Raider.
Yeah.
Why? But we don't have like half the dexterity as Lara.
Falling over here!
What? Why?
Huh? Riptide.
Eat this! Nice and spicy!
Everybody stand back. Let's light it up. Confess.
Oh, here we go. No! Okay, let's try that again. Oh my god, that's also falling. What the heck?
It seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Okay. I'm running out of stamina, but alright.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Hey,
Tidal wave. Shouldn't let your guard down.
Teamwork is dreamwork! Nice and spicy!
The truth!
No! Iso, why are you dying so much?
Let's light it up! Eat this! Boba, get them!
Oh my god, you're joking! This bird face! Oh, okay.
I'm going in!
I am sweating.
Nice and spicy.
Yeah! Amateur mistake.
You're toast!
You can run, but you can't hide.
Oh boy. This game's getting harder and harder. Hi, so he's dead. That's not primordial water, right? Yeah, because if so, we just sort of sprinkled our entire body with that. Ooh, this is so pretty.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Well, they had to ride with us. They're Fontainian. There seems to be something on the wall. Oh, hey, that's Furina.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering.
Whoa.
Could we take them down and have a look?
The slates?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
Yeah, why? Why would we take them down?
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
History of its future.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
What do you mean
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
Is Nuvi immune to the sea? I didn't know that.
There's a person new
I just assumed he
here.
was also affected.
She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Furina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her?
They summoned her, maybe?
Get it. Are they all in the
He's like a dragon, right?
The fourth image. I know this one. This
one
exactly
that we've
matches the
seen.
content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Yeah, they do seem to match. What? It's so... It's like a JPEG image. It's so scrunchy.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
It's a prophecy, though.
Still,
So that's like a
Paimon
potential
feels like
future,
these
right?
images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Huh.
I don't believe in prophecies. I get what you mean, Paimon. The issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
The second image is also quite concerning. What sin are the people in the images confessing to?
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had
Egeria.
never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she
Egeria.
herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
In that case, there's no time to lose.
Would she know?
There's nothing else to be gained here, so
I
let's
guess
head
she'd
back
know
first.
She'd know other things, though, probably.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Why wouldn't Nuvi know? I swear he, like, has lived as long as Furina. Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. Challenge complete. Thank goodness, that was actually really tough. Let's go. I'll tell you what, I think I need to get Heizo to level 90. I'm getting my butt kicked.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
If only I had her, then we wouldn't be able to split up. I'm so sad. I can't believe it. This is so mean.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fluvsandre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone.
I will depart in my king-size fluffy bed in the palace.
Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates.
I want to talk to her.
I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well.
Let me talk too.
If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
It's so mean. They like know that I failed pulling her, and I'm really sad.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
You're scared now.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandre is always open to you as ever, so please don't think you're an imposition.
Hmm.
All right, I'll be on my way then.
No, come back! Navia and Nuvile both depart. You and Paimon head to Spina de Razula at Fluvsandre.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navia, no, the boss is the best.
You did great as well, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts!
Oh, I want a chicken.
These are all Paimon's!
Is that garlic bread too? That's some big garlic bread.
Starting to forget what happened today.
Is that Mona? Oh my god, that's Mona!
Voice. Is that who I think it is?
It's my girl, Mona! She did steal one Furina from me, so I'm a bit annoyed by her.
What are you doing in Fontaine?
But I can't be mad at her. It's Mona. How can I be mad at her?
Mona?
We haven't seen her in so long in the story. What is she doing here? Lady Magistus. Did the stars not tell you that we might meet here? I love her. She's just such a random character to throw in though. I'm sure it's relevant and there's some lore that I'm missing, but I love her and I'm glad. This patch is like a cocoa treat. It's like, here's Navia time and now we're gonna throw in Mona. Like, I don't know why, but I'll take it. I wasn't expecting it for sure. It's like, oh, what next? Are we gonna throw in Fischl? Hell yeah, throw some Fischl in here.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
I love her so much. She just reminds me so much of Okabe Rintaro. Like her voice, her mannerisms, everything about her. She's just so extra for no reason. She's not even like Fischl. Like she's not a chuny, but she acts like a chuny. Like she speaks like a chuny for whatever reason.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
Yeah, if you've heard the dub for Steins Gate, she literally sounds like J. Michael Tatum. Like, she doesn't sound like him, but, like, her inflections and everything sound exactly like how he played Okabe. I love it. It's just so... I don't know what it adds, but it adds something, and I love it.
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was... well, some other thing.
Some other thing?
Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Huh?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
So, Lady Great is what I've been saying.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
Of course she would do something
I reckon
like that.
so.
I love her.
In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
Maybe I should play as her for a bit. May I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
What the fuck?
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
Well, Magistus wasn't
My
it?
name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is,
Mona
in plain
Magistus.
speech, the thrice great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Oh my god.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
So
Talk about
extra.
excessive.
For no reason. What a dick.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
That's so funny. What a little bit of lore to drop. How about triple strength traveler, triple appetite Paimon?
That sounds terrible!
Whoa, okay.
But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
So you're safe in the water.
That's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right?
Yes.
I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it.
Why does she
the
just
water,
have
I
a random
mean.
strand coming in front of her face? I don't mean to point that out right now, but like, it's just been bugging me. Like, what is happening with her hair? I love her hair. It's just that one strand in the middle of her fringe that's just kind of getting me. Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
Whoa. Okay, Jinkyu and Yelan have insane hair, but they don't have random strands coming in the middle of their face. That's what bugs me the most. I just really hate... I don't know what it is. I just hate when someone just has a random bit of strand of hair in their face. Like, stop. No, cut that. Get it out of your face. That's gotta be so annoying.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do.
Oh, this is why she's
here. If I
here.
could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary.
She's here because we're dealing with prophecies. Oh, that's a clever way to weave her in. I'm glad, because we haven't really seen her since, like, literally that one instance in Mondstadt, and then she just never showed up again. Except through, like, the side quests, which, and, like, the events and stuff, which I did play. Because, of course.
But on the flip side, the prophecy is so
I've seen more
huge and
Mona in, like,
powerful
those
that it
events
must
than
surely
anything else.
come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all,
Also
but
Junie,
does
and
such a
that's
person
true.
really exist?
Of course.
Hairstyle.
The old
Junies.
hag could do it. And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Hexenzirkel? I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Huh? Are you sure?
Uh-oh.
All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
I love her.
Greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about.
She's
If
so
there's anything
silly.
you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Thanks, Mona. I love you.
And there she
Bye.
goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
She's so special. Well, we were making a ruckus. Try to keep it down next time, Paimon.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. The things Paimon does for you.
All right. Thanks, Paimon.
That's more like it.
Now hush. After the conversation, you decide to get a good night's sleep to replenish your energy.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Oh my god, Heiser's still dead. Okay. Let's switch teams.
It
This is
is
just
as
my-
the stars foretold.
This is just my twin tail girl team. Maybe I should put Barbara in here for extra effect.
Wish me luck.
Oh my gosh. She's level 50. She's level 60. Oh my gosh. What have I
Where I'm
done?
from, if we didn't keep moving, we'd freeze to death.
Or Layla.
Literally.
But Layla's not healer. I need a healer. Can I ascend her? Oh, I need so much shit. Never mind. I'll work on that later. I fucking hate fighting the Oceanid. It's so annoying. Why do I even have her? I've got her at C2.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl. Ooh.
Okay. I forgot that she does that.
Need to know how it works.
I guess I'm finally on the right path. You really need those parts.
I don't have Furina on this team. Furina doesn't have twin tails. Furina will also kill everyone because of her powers. Look at her. Oh my god, is that her?
Witness my magnificence!
Wait, where's her? Doesn't she have like a strand of hair coming down? Where is it? Hold up. Where's her hair?
Astrologers must rid themselves.
What? I swear she had hair. She's got a bob? The hair keeps changing? What happened to her hair? It's based on her form. Oh! Like when you switch her and stuff? How strange. Okay. Well, yeah, she's not on my team because she's not a twin tailer.
Only by ridding oneself of clutter can one.
Actually, I'll put her on the
hunt
team because she's
begins.
actually... meh. I didn't even know that was switching between forms. I thought she was just summoning things. I don't even know how she works. I try. Don't mind me, just a pile of water swimming around.
You're here, finally.
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
Oh my god,
And
Furina!
yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look
She's
at
hiding
this.
shit.
This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Oh no.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know.
What is she hiding?
Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously?
You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that.
Oh, her hair's changed.
But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for
I wonder
saying
how
this
true
now,
that
Lady
is.
Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations,
I didn't think they were so hostile to each other.
I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say.
So hard,
Never mind
like.
whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
She's such a Haruhi type.
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
That was so hostile. Oh my gosh.
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her.
Huh?
She was smiling.
She was smiling?
She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Smiling? I thought she was freaking out. She seemed deeply troubled. She seems to be deliberately hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh?
Shove her in
Like
water.
What?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will help. We will need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
You think I know who to call? Who are we gonna call? Ooh! Navia?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Oh my god. Chill.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I'm a party pooper.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you
They're
consider
both
him
party
your
poopers.
boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
Of course it counts.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name,
so weird.
They did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach.
Aww.
That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
I'm boring.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
That's right, huh?
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Florine's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt, because that is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Furina reached such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secrets she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. There we go.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
I'm hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Sweet boy. Do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well... It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't.
Then what's that?
What?
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
That's a very fancy
Don't be
cup.
frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Is that what was the name? Wait. What's the name? Lady Trimagistus. Yeah, the Trimagistus.
Who's that voice?
They didn't want to design another model. They were like, just imagine.
What a strange conclusion, but also such an interesting one. You two make such a fascinating combo.
I was expecting a deeper voice, like an older granny voice, to be honest.
And yet even you feel confused. As
Or at least a bit
such,
more mature.
I couldn't resist but come by for some tea and a chat.
Who are you? What do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Friend's disciple? This is one of the friends of Mona's master. Oh, it's not Mona's master, it's just... It's a friend of hers. Okay, never mind. I thought it was going to be the Trimagistus.
Precisely. Call me N, a mage who wanders the world. At least, that's how my
I
friends
do like
have
a voice.
suggested
That
I
wasn't... No, that
introduce
was my
myself.
issue. It was more that I was kind of surprised. Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
People call such things fate, and it is written in the stars. It cannot so easily be altered.
There it is again. Fate. Can there really be no exceptions?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
The tea in the teacup is just about gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
I didn't make the tea, though.
Voice. It's gone.
My mage Anne, is this the clue you're leaving for us? The cup? The tea? The unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. When you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
What?
Where did she take the tea
I hear
from?
someone talking. All right, coming.
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see
Mona!
I've walked in on some lively banter.
How have you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird
But you thanked
panel.
us for the tea.
It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Charlotte?
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist?
Oh my god. Of course she knows
I'm in
Charlotte.
full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but
They would be friends.
how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over.
Huh?
You tell Mona about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
But is her name
But
really
I've
N?
never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
She's older.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must
How old is
really
Mona?
stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True, her words were meant as helpful hints, but when we realize their value and when will we realize their value and meaning? Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
No, the world is falling apart.
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too.
Mona.
I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone.
Aww.
If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
She's so good.
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona. And thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Mona!
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Alright. Goodbye, Mona. I love you. Huh. thought there's something else up here. Or maybe... A common
I doubt
chest.
anyone's still looking for these.
Just what I wanted. Oh my gosh, I'm getting hungry. All of this food in the game is making me so hungry. Oh my gosh. Guys, I'm gonna have to start cooking again. I need to cook something for this week.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
What? Maybe we're famous? Charlotte?
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the
That's gotta be
Fortress
Charlotte,
of
right?
Mermaid, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
She tried. Oh my god, yeah, we should do tea
Thus,
break.
did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her! She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
That sure seems to be the case.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
It's Charlotte. I forgive her for anything. I do. Oh. I just love all of the characters in Fontaine. They're so good. That's not true, actually. Unless they're in the prison, then they're not good. Then I hate them, and I wish for them to burn. Not even for them, just for making me stay in the fortress. Alright. And on that note, before I die from speaking too much, let's take our tea break. You know what? I'm gonna be harsh, because I'm upset. Or I was upset. I'm not upset anymore. Now I'm fine.
So these are the kind of headlines that go on these days.
professional standard. If you're ever looking to do an interview, I'm your best choice.
That's so true, Charlotte. Guys, I'm back.
So these are the kind of headlines that
I
go
got,
into these
I made a tuna sandwich, and I also made just butter bread. I don't know, I'm not sure what I feel, so I just made 2 different types of breads. It's one of those days. Oh, Flint, can you do some research for me? Can you find me the best mug heater? Please, thanks. Thanks, Flint!
Paimon's hungry.
Sweet.
Should we go in and get something to eat?
I knew what we needed to make food because they're about to throw more food at us. Didn't know what I expected to be asked for, but wasn't that. I'm just too indecisive. I can't pick. So I don't really care about the quality in the end. I just want someone to pick for me because I can't decide. So you decide.
That's the limited edition.
I won't get mad or anything at like the result. I just want something. Oh, and make sure it looks cute too. That's also important. Preferably it'd be nice if it were white so it fits my desk aesthetic more. Or green. That would also be pretty cool. I don't think you'll find a green one, but if you do, that would be pretty neat. But, you know, like whatever you find. Like, I'm not picky. Hasn't sold out for the day?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we're in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great.
We can't let anyone get ahead of us, but it's so late. Why is it not sold out yet?
1 slice of cake, please.
What?
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day? Damn.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
I respect that.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, maybe it might get flooded. Who
Paimon
knows?
doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Paimon!
Oh, the prophecy.
What are you doing? Don't ruin
to be
her
honest,
day.
I haven't paid much attention to that. No. Still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
I like Sadine's voice.
Huh.
There's something so nice about it.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
There's a primordial water affect Melusines. I just assumed it affected anyone who was born in Fontaine or was from Fontaine. Which is why I thought even the dragon, the Hydra dragon, would also be affected. But apparently not, so who knows?
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
You know what she reminds me of? This is gonna be so strange. But she reminds me of a Winnie the Pooh character. Which one was it? She reminds me of one of them. Was it Rue's mother? I don't know. Or maybe it's Piglet. I think her voice reminds me of Piglet. It's just like the intonations and everything. I don't know what it is about it, but it's quite calming. I quite like it, actually. It's such a strange sort of intonation or inflection.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Bye. I like her.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Well, not if we're dead. Or if this place is flooded. You never know.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Charlotte? Okay, let's be Furina then. But there's no indicator for where she is. Where is she? Maybe it's like a time thing.
Cannot just rely on the ocean self-cleaning of
Involved in other quests? What? Steambird interview. Huh? I haven't done Perilous Trail yet. No, I haven't, which is why I have so many fates locked. Look. all of my Archon quest fates are locked behind Perilous Trail. So if I finish that, then I'll have a bunch more to pull for Navia. But I just need to get through them, which I will. I'll definitely do that. Truly spectacular weather today, no? Yes, truly. If only the weather was this cooperative every work day, I should be quite— Whoa! Now, speaking of work, my dear, you are here to interview for the troubleshooter position advertised in our Tales of Humanity section, are you not? Troubleshooter? Yes, I know. The name troubleshooter is simply too gauche and unbecoming of the standards of a publication such as ours. Yes, Ethan has substantial room for growth when it comes to coining new words. Putting that aside for the moment, would you like to know how I was able to correctly ascertain that you were here for the job and not seeking to ask for help in our Tales of Humanity section? Observation. Every citizen who comes to the Steambird seeking help appears anxious and jittery, but your steps are relaxed, your expression calm. Ah, those who are fortunate are all the same. Those who fall victim to misfortune all have their own woes. But you needn't worry. Those who seek assistance from others via Tales of Humanity haven't run into any serious trouble, so it shouldn't be hard to handle. Have a look at this batch of commissions. Oh! It's my reputation quests! I completely forgot about those. Ooh, those are the wings I can get. I need to get those. I need them. I need one more. Oh, this is like the big quest. Goodness. All you need to do is find some time every week to read through the submissions to Tales of Humanity. Pick out a few commissions you'd like to handle and come find me to collect your payment. Some commissions are so drop-dead simple you wouldn't believe it, but you shouldn't underestimate the value of your work. For us, the problems in their submissions may appear to be easy and insignificant, but for the readers submitting their problems, they're like a splinter under their fingernails, impossible to remove or ignore. If we can help them extract these splinters, then in addition to the monetary rewards, you will also receive the respect and gratitude of the people, and your reputation among the citizenry will increase over time. When that happens, I will give you more complicated and important jobs. Help everyone to achieve happiness and be a lighthouse illuminating humanity. Such is the calling of our paper. Such are the feelings and aspirations of every publisher. No need for an interview? Interview? Your interview was complete before you even arrived. Don't be surprised, I have my ways. If I couldn't even manage that, how could I manage a newspaper? This is where Charlotte works. This is the reputation quest, it's a newspaper? That's crazy. Alright, I've told you everything you need to know about this job. As for whether or not you want to take it, that's up to you now. Think it over. I kind of love that. That's actually quite nice. So that's what I needed to do. Okay. Well, that's cool with me. Is there a reason you haven't done it? There's no reason. I wanted to rush through to get to Fontaine. And I remember, like, before I got to Fontaine, they made me do the chasm quests, and I was like, I don't want to do that. I want to go to Fontaine. So I did as much as I could.
A good newspaper should be a lighthouse of truth.
Tea parties are
That's
a
not your
must
voice.
for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
So the second I was able to go to Fontaine, I sprinted to Fontaine. So I'm happy to do more chasm stuff. I just haven't found the time to do it because I've just been like, Fontaine.
A good newspaper should be a lighthouse of truth.
Charlotte!
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
I love her.
Have you seen the article I wrote about you?
I did.
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Alright, but what about that profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Ooh.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a
You're
sudden?
too good to us,
Were you
Charlotte.
looking for me?
A friend
Yes.
of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You want to interview me?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
I guess we'll just chill.
So that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow.
Oh my god. This is just like in 13 Sentinels when the delinquent guy was just like what would you do if you only had 10 minutes left to live, to Tomi? And she's like, well, I guess I just chill here. And I was like, oh, because they could hang out together in their last 10 minutes. I mean, that's nowhere near what's happening right now, but like, it just reminded me of that. Also, boo! That's not the answer I wanted.
If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible.
Oh,
I'm not
Charlotte.
a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
You really were.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparation.
She's such a good journalist.
That's
Can't
so
believe they...
nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
I can't believe they just randomly dropped this amazing character in Fontaine. Like, she's not even that relevant to the story. She's just kind of there, and she's amazing. I love it. Like, I haven't been as jazzed about some of the characters, but like, they're the typical ones that I don't care much about, like the nurse from the fortress, and Risley, who I'm like, whatever. And then Nuvi, who I'm like, whatever. And then Clarine, who I'm like, whatever. Because they're kind of just there. I mean, Nuvi's growing on me a little bit. A little bit. But the rest are kind of just, they're kind of there. Because they're like, they can be in the story, but if they're not interesting characters, it's like, I don't really care about them. But then you have like a character like Charlotte, she's not that relevant to the story, but she adds such a nice amount of personality to it. Like, just seeing her as a citizen of Fontaine, running around, doing her stories, showing that life is still important in Fontaine for everyone, no matter who they are and what jobs they do. It kind of gives you that sense of, I want to protect this place because there are people like Charlotte living here trying to like get by and make people's lives better. It's like, I like that. That's like, it humanizes this big story, because you've all got all these great characters doing these major things, and you got like Charlotte, who's just like this super normal character that just loves their job, and you know, they just add the heart that I feel like these kinds of stories need, and they ground in a good way. The major chances you can interact with them is their hangout quests and limited events. I know. It is quite sad when that happens. I'm glad that she's popped up a few times at least. Like, she doesn't pop up that often, but when she does, it's always a really fun moment or an interesting moment, you know? And I can respect that, because I wouldn't want her popping up too much and then having each moment kind of being a bit meh. So far, every moment she pops up is like, ooh, I'm excited. Something fun's gonna happen. Or we're gonna learn something interesting about her. Or it's just gonna be a nice time.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Like, sometimes you'll have a super important main character talking on and on and on.
Scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
Talking on and on and on about something story relevant, like what's happening to the rising oceans, whatever. And I'll kind of tune out after a while. This is just me. I'm not saying that that's a problem with the story, but this is just me personally. I get really bored. I get really bored when a character just kind of drones on and on and on about stuff. And I'm like, I don't really care about this. Like, I'm interested to know what happens in the story, but I don't want to just hear you talk about it. I want to, like, I guess if the character is interesting to me, then I'd be more interested to hear what they say. But even then, if Charlotte just started talking about the rising sea and, like, the different things about the primordial sea and blah, 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 I'd be like, okay. But she'd probably do it in a fun way, so maybe not. I don't know. It depends. I guess it's not fair to kind of throw a giant statement like, I just hate all characters doing that. I do prefer the micro-level struggles than the macro-level ones. That's true. I don't feel as connected to the macro-level ones because me as a person, I only experience like the micro-level ones. I'm not like this big, massive character. Even though Luminate is, like, she is this big, massive character who's making these giant changes to the world. But, like, it doesn't feel as real when it's happening to a giant, like, you know, the whole world as it does when it's happening to, like, a couple of people in the world. Because when it happens to the entire world, it's like, oh, I gotta save them, I guess. But when it's happening to one or two people, it's like, I need to protect them. They're my people. You know, it becomes a lot more real when the problem is smaller and more focused. And this is going to be such a tangent, but you know what? We do that here, so expect it. It's like how in the Dark Knight trilogy, this is such a tangent, but it's like how in the Dark Knight movie, the second one, right? You know how the big event that was happening was the two boats, one containing the prisoners and one containing the civilians, and the whole dilemma was that if one person pushes the button, then the other boat will explode and the other one will be free. Or if the other one pushes the button, then the other boat will explode and they'll be free. But the actual dilemma was that if either of them push the button, they'll both die, right? And it's like in a typical superhero movie, it's like the entire city will die if the superhero doesn't save them, right? Or the entire world will die if the superhero doesn't save them. And it's like you still feel the gravity of the situation in those kinds of movies, but you don't really feel as, you know, you kind of just assume, well, obviously the world's not gonna end. I mean, it could, but there's chances that are really small. And obviously the entire city of Gotham isn't gonna just explode, right? Like, they're not gonna do that, because what's gonna happen to the rest of the show or the movies or trilogies or whatever? But if it's just one boat full of a set number of people, like not that many people, then it's like they could die, and people have died in the movie, so it's like not impossible that they'll die. It feels a lot more real, like the danger is more real, you know? You start to feel like, I'm worried about these people. I feel like something could happen to them. That scene perfectly pointed out that not everyone is inherently selfish or evil, which is what Joker was trying to prove. I agree. I mean, that was also a really well done scene. I mean, I just really love that movie for those moments. I thought those moments were so solid, and it stuck with me to my core. Like, I just love the way the dilemma was focused in such a small but such a focus point. But that's what I mean. It's like, if you compare that to like the Avengers or any other kind of superhero movie, like a big superhero movie, right? Where the threat is the entire city or the entire world or the universe or anything. It's like, maybe some people might die, but I feel like the overall threat isn't going to, you know, the villain very likely isn't going to win. So you don't really feel the danger as much, right? You're like, well, I'm not really worried because that's not going to happen. Was the boat scene an altered version of the prisoner's dilemma? I believe it was, yeah. It's supposed to be like a... If neither of them push the button, then technically I think it's a bit of a flawed prisoner's dilemma, because if neither of them press the button, then I think they were under the impression that both boats would explode. But in actuality, it was prisoner's dilemma because neither boat would explode if no one pushed the button. However, they kind of just assumed, well, the prisoners are obviously gonna push the button, so we should push it first. So Joker gave them a prisoner's dilemma, but it wasn't shown as a prisoner's dilemma, because they did think that that both would die if neither pushed it. But yeah, it was I think it was a really good dilemma that they showed. How do we get into this tangent? Wait, right, little characters. I like little character focuses over big picture. It's not that I hate big picture, it's just like, I prefer the focus being on the smaller bits, and then maybe having the bigger picture in the background, you know? Like, that's also there. There's a looming threat, but we need to know why this threat is so important to us personally, right? Because otherwise it's just like, any city is dying, whatever. But if it's like, but then these people in the city that I like are gonna get hurt, then that would make me sad. That would make me care about it more. But yeah, that's just how I feel. So that's why I feel like characters like Charlotte, and just any sort of characters that show the life of the city and why we care about it, I feel like those are so vital to a story. Yeah, it's like we were affected by the water levels in Navia's town because it's like we know how it affects her, and we also saw how it affected the two characters that we cared about that were related to her, you know? It made me feel extra distressed about what happened to the town, as opposed to just, you know, any town in the game getting destroyed, which is sad, but like I don't personally have as much attachment. Like, again, as sad as like the chasm bit is, I'm not as sad about that civilization because it's like I don't know many of the people in there. But on the other hand, what's his name? Oh, what was his name? You know the character before Fontaine that we really, really liked, who was part of the Chasm questline, but separate from it. Not Dane. It was Charlemagne? No. Carrie Bear? Was it Carrie Bear? Charlemagne. Yeah, it was Carrie Bear. He was part of that civilization. And just getting to know him and what happened in his journey from that whole civilization and being alive and being forced to live through all of it, that hit me so hard. And it's like, I would never have felt that about the rest of the civilization because I don't know any of them. But with him, it was like, I really felt it. And I felt bad for the people of the Chasm because it's like, oh my gosh, they must have all gone through something similar. That's awful. You know, it made me care more about them. So I think that was really important. And it makes me want to do more of the Chasm quests now because I know more about the people. And there were bits of that even in the Chasm quest, so, you know, you gotta sprinkle stuff like that in.
Let's continue. Thinking.
I am glad that we got to kind of get that out, though.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose. It's just like Charlotte said. Suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina di Rosula safe house at the Sandri. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. Aww! What? That's cute. Why did they throw that in there? Was that for me? That felt like it was for me. Excuse me.
Feels
That was
like
so...
you'll grow
okay.
old if you stay here long enough.
Just a little treat. Like, I'm sorry, they're throwing Charlotte and Navia and even Mona. What is this? They're buttering me up. They're buttering me up too much. It's because they took Navia from me. And they're like, you're sad. So here's all of his good stuff. It's why I like social history and things like that, because it's people's experiences more specifically. You know what? I really, really love diary entries and stuff like that, because I never really cared that much about history when I was learning it in school. But when I was doing English language in college, and, you know, English language or studying it is all about the change of English over time. And the main thing that we did, the main thing we studied was like journal entries, diary entries, recipe books from like the 1800s and even earlier on. And not even 1800s. Like one time we looked at like a recipe from the Middle Ages, which was so fascinating. It was like the way that they wrote it and everything. It was so like unspecific about measurements, like a pinch of this and a dash of that, and then go feed your cows before you churn the butter. It was so funny. But it's like, stuff like that makes me care more about history, because then I'm like, well, what were they doing in the Middle Ages? Like, so they were churning butter in their recipe books. Did you ever see medieval notebooks? No, I've never seen those. We just got to see the recipe books. We didn't go that far into all those little things. I do watch that, there's a YouTube channel about a guy that makes these really old recipes, like from the Roman Empire and medieval times and, you know, different civilizations all over the world. And he'll put in like little bits of history knowledge in it, which is so interesting, because I think one time he did a little bit of history on an Egyptian empire or something. It was like Egyptians and nobles and like, and not nobles, Romans. And for both of them, he found like these little entries of this one guy. I forget his name. Oh, it's definitely Romans. I forget his name, but it was like his daily diet routine and like what he ordered to eat. And it was like, wow, we have like, this is so cool. We have like an excerpt out of an actual person from like hundreds and hundreds of years ago in the Roman Empire and what they ordered for tea. Like, that's crazy. I love it. That makes me more interested in history. Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here too long.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Meropide, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
You're under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
What?
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House.
And while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
Oh.
And before she could respond, others started to join in.
Is this what he's doing to get her to snap out of it?
The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to
Did
put the
Nuvile
blame on
do that?
Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the situation.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, if he did do that, that is very unlike him, at least from what we've seen.
If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh! Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
I see becoming a detective has done you some good. Looks like those detective novels have had an effect on you.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Oh, I just found such a cute Navia art. Wait, look at this.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Furina, I don't think you're aware of what's happening in the story right now because they very much don't adore you right now. Now what? Acapalmatum? What the fuck is that quest? Imperatrix, what the fuck? Are you joking? I have to unlock the Raiden Shogun quest for this? Why? Why the fuck do I need to do that for? Wait. That's not, never mind. Never mind, that was not for this quest. Like, what the fuck? What do you mean? Since when? Like, that would have been so random.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Yes, after some cake. I done the Ride-ins quest. I didn't see how it had anything to do with this. No, thankfully it's not for this.
That's
What's she
Furina,
doing?
right over there. She really...
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was
Whoa.
meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
Furina.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
Furina.
Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry.
Holding
what
out?
can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Furina.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
Oh, Furina. Yeah, they never had crying effects before this, did they? Like on this level. I feel like the first time I'd seen it in game proper was like with Navia when she had that little K-drama moment. I still can't get over that K-drama moment. And ever since then, like, the characters have been like crying.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts.
Furina.
They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marche Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Oh, loves. There's so much crying in these quests, I guess I felt they had to add it. I'm honestly not, I don't mean to say this in a weird way, but I'm honestly loving the crying. Like, we haven't gotten any of that shit in any of the quests. And it's like, thank you. I need some emotion in this game. Thank you. This is what I wanted. Because, like, every time someone's, like, getting emotional, it's like they feel so, like, dead. Like, dead-eyed. And I'm like, okay. Whatever. But, like, in this whole Archon quest, it's like, everyone's feeling shit. Like, yes. We've never had this before. People are feeling things other than angry and happy. Stop trying to act tough, Furina. You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Uh-oh.
Quick, after her!
There's no way Nouvellette did this.
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Why are you putting on an act like this?
Furina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Like, why is she making herself out to be such a dick? I don't think she's thinking this, but I don't know why she's acting like this. Where did we run to?
should be the place, right? Hey, Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What? What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
I wonder what she is hiding, though.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This place is not what I'd call soundproof.
You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
Oh shit.
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Furina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. It is a shame that Lumine doesn't get to say some of these lines. But then there are some other lines that Paimon says, and I'm like, I'm glad that Lumine didn't say that.
I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
Oh, here we go.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now.
Oh my gosh.
I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
Furina.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Furina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Lay it on me. There's no time left. Please, Furina, just spit it out. Huh? Come on. Spit it out. What? Oh, fuck. What? Huh? What? We were so close. Why did you do that?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
What on earth is happening?
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words
This feels
as
mean.
your refusal to stand trial?
I get that we're trying to pry information out of her, but this feels... I don't know. I get it because we're running out of time and they're desperate to figure out what's going on with her. But this is so mean.
In that case,
Did he
you will
actually
have the
put them against
opportunity
her?
to defend your honor through a duel.
What?
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like
Did
you
I
have
set
made
this
up your
up?
mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
She's not a fighter, I think.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady
maybe she doesn't
Furina,
want to hurt
what is
her.
the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
Leave her alone.
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself.
What's happening? Is she pulling a stunt?
But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you.
What? Protect who?
Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history.
That was so funny.
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's
I know,
still
I
acting
thought I got the
super
first one
dramatic,
before, though.
she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Me? Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. Well, she was gonna tell us, so I'm like, why did we do all of this? I'm sorry, I'm dying here. Why did we do that? She was gonna tell us. Was that like a failsafe, like just in case she didn't? I feel like maybe we should just try the Luminate asking her approach first, and then done the failsafe. This feels so excessive. It's okay though. As long as we can defeat Furina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out. Like, she was just gonna tell us.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you.
Her face.
The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from
So
the
excessive.
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Arenias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human.
But you had like a rolling
My
thing to
thanks,
do that.
Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
Oh my god.
It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole
joking?
house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that. We deceived you back there. And apparently all over the place. We didn't just deceive her there, we deceived her everywhere.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Yeah, this is really excessive. Like, I understand we're on like a tight schedule. The world is gonna end. They need answers from her. This is so mean. From their point of view, it was needed since Furina wouldn't talk. It's still mean. It's still really, really mean. Like, even in their own viewpoint, it's like, come on. She would have literally told her. Like, she was literally gonna tell Lumine this. Like, we didn't have to do all of this. She was gonna tell her. They should have just tried that first, like, asking her. And maybe trapped her in a box or so, like, physically trapped her. Instead of doing all of this stuff. Like, all they needed was to show her that the people in Poisson did die. And that the threat is real. And what are we gonna do about it, right? Because that already happened. They didn't have to do all of this. It just feels really... I just feel really bad for her.
Thank you.
They didn't expect us to get through where they didn't. The thing is, it's like, we didn't really say that much different than what everyone else did. So it's like, what were they asking her that she just didn't tell them? And Neuville's known her for ages, and he couldn't get an answer out of her. What does that say about them?
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No, was I actually just there to ask her?
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hope that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage. But she did! But she was going to! Oh my gosh.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing we can do now is judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but feel a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Furina want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage? I don't know! Because we'll never know now, so that's cool.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
Hi, Charlotte!
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us?
She's not
before?
actually part of this whole thing,
So
is she?
she's already finished it,
She's
huh?
just doing her own research.
Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Oh, let's go!
So in other words,
Charlotte
we
pulling
can
through.
refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
Charlotte, that is literally so practical.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Aw.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
He's still swimming in the sea.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time.
Oh my god. The sea.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Aww.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
What is it with witches and tea time?
The prosecution and the defense are both in position.
Trial.
The trial shall now begin.
Yes!
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
What?
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
What?
Charge accepted.
Excuse me?
Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
That's what I want to know.
Even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
I'm so confused.
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either.
Where did we get that
Sure,
from?
Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
People only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief. This... What? But if she's not the Archon, then how long has she been alive?
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
Where is the Archon then?
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
That is exactly what I asked. Got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Furina exactly? She's got funny eyes. What's special about her? Even Furina didn't know why. Brave Furina of her own believes it's possible that not only is Furina not the Archon, but she's afflicted with a curse. Immortality?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse?
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Never had sensed it too, huh?
So Furina, instead of an Archon, could he just be a cursed human?
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Oh my god.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemitium that is used in every aspect of life.
But you didn't know about that trial. Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Furina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all. In Child's Conviction.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict.
Where is the real one then?
But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now, but then Miss Furina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon.
Oh boy.
There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision. Can she not even do that?
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
What?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Oh, Furina.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
Oh, Furina!
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
But she was in the prophecy. It looks exactly like her. I mean, not that you can really compare her that much to a stone statue. I guess she could get the same hairstyle, but I don't get it. And what is this curse? Like, what does it all mean?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she's just a human. And if she's only human... would she be in danger of the Primordial Sea? That she can be dissolved?
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve
This
in
is
water
fucked up.
from the Primordial Sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn.
This is fucked up. This is really
I brought some
sad.
seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago.
Super sorry.
Taking many
Thanks,
lives. Including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the
She looks
seawater
so
would have no
sad.
effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Furina? Furina?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
What if she was a human not from Fontaine?
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
That's true.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Hey!
She... Oh my god. Is she...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Now what are we gonna
Miss
say?
Siegewien? If you're present, Miss Siegewien, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewien?
Huh?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Question. Why does Siegewien have a human face? The other she's a Melusine, right? The other Melusines have like animal faces and animal bodies and stuff. Why does she have a human face? It's so weird. I feel like I would have liked her more if she had an animal face because it's she sounds like a child and has a face that is just a human child face, and I'm like, why?
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewien.
I feel like instead of Siegewien, we should have had, you know, that Melusine that showed up in the restaurant? We should have had her. They were way cooler.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Oh.
Thank you, Miss Siegewien. Lady Furina,
oh, no.
you may return to the defendant.
She was holding it in?
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur.
You mean like her sticking her hand in it? She was fully willing to dissolve herself. Oh my god. What?
We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness.
How nice of
It's
them.
a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe... You...
Furina. What's really going on here? Furina can't have not known the consequences of touching the water as a human. Does she think she's a god? It's too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Why are we doing this? This sucks. I don't like it.
Please, everyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Oh, Furina, don't cry. I hate everyone. I hate everyone here. They suck.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
Boo!
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
No.
I don't think anything she says at this
No.
point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens,
this is
Furina
so
is
mean.
Guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, your face. Shut up. I hate all of you. You suck.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
It can't be. Did the Oratrice just declare Furina to be innocent? So, if she isn't the Archon, it seems like the Archon wants people to think that she is, wherever the Archon happens to be, if the Archon is the one controlling the Oratrice. I don't get it. I don't understand. It can't be. Did the Oratrice just declare Furina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Never mind.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty,
the Hydro
to
Archon
be punished via the death sentence.
What?
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
Why?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected
Alright, that is
twist.
not what I thought was gonna happen.
Been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial
This
to
is
show her
wrong.
the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
You should feel bad. All of you should feel bad for what you've just done. Boo! Boo to everyone here. I hope you cry for the rest of your lives, just like Furina has. Terrible friends. I mean, they're not friends, but terrible people.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is, instead of Furina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon. Exactly. That's the thing that I picked up on, because I was like, well, it says the Hydro Archon guilty, so Furina is the Hydro Archon, or it's not about Furina, it's about the actual Hydro Archon. It's weird how everyone just agreed to be manipulative on a public stage. What a weird plan.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
I don't know! I'm trying to use my brain cells and it's not working. Whoops.
Excuse me,
Remy!
if I may interrupt.
Of course you can. Every day, any day.
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Oh, you. I can't be mad at Fremy. He wasn't even here to be part of all of this.
Is that the first prophecy?
You found it! What's that? What's that thing in the middle?
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
Damn, he found
I looked
it?
everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water.
Remy!
But has the trial already concluded?
No.
Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
No, Fremy, you came just in time. Don't worry, oh my god. The mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It's still not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
That's a big ass slate. Did he carry that himself?
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings. Can she reverse the effects?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
How?
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon.
Shut up.
So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
I remember. I was paying attention. Okay.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
I thought Lumine used to voice these bits. Why is Paimon voicing them? Oh, Sleepy. I've always got my in Anansi on. That's why the tags are always Drew Crew. Because we're always a Drew Crew.
Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But If Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
That's what I was hoping for. Like, perhaps we could just reverse it. If their minds aren't, like, completely melted. Also, why does everyone in this game pronounce ocean as, like, different? Everyone's got, like, a different pronunciation of it, I swear.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydra Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
Ashian? Oh my god, like when I used to pronounce it as Asian all the time.
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
No, like everyone keeps pronouncing it differently. They've said it so many times in this.
Third slate shows the height of the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Yeah.
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Verify truth. Former Hydra Archon using divine power to turn oceanids into people. I don't know about that one. Celestia floating in the sky. And the Hydra Archon. Celestia is like the big god, right? Hydra Archon and her people worshipping it together. Or is that a place? The place where all the Archons reside. Is that a person or is it a place? The people worshipping it together, the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. Oh. Hydra Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people.
That doesn't sound...
Never mind.
That doesn't
Never mind.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Oh my god. When we almost lost Navia, my heart sank. I was so stressed.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Aww. Divine power to turn oceanids into people.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Scene that's basically identical to that described in the prophecy circulating throughout Fontaine. Fontainians will eventually be dissolved into the sea.
That doesn't...
Whoops. Never mind. That the water's rising.
Prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. But not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time,
Things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
There we go.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that Fontainians are not real humans. They're all oceanids. That's insane! So they're all oceanids that get turned back into oceanids and then can get turned back into people. Or, I guess back and forth into oceanids and humans.
What? Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontainians from oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts a fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Huh?
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only...
Whoa, oops.
We had 3 slates at the
Sorry,
time,
Neville.
I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
The truth reveal.
In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Huh, interesting. Why?
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea.
How?
She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process.
What?
But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
Oh my god.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
Oh, now you care.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
What? So they are in the right order? What is the third slate supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. Huh? The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate.
What is with this place in trials?
The meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Hey, look at that! It can't be.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So
maybe you should listen to me.
We're the ones making sure it comes true.
Now don't you guys feel silly. I don't know. It feels like there's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Hmm? I have? What are you talking about? This was a catastrophe?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause
Is
of
it
the
Child and
disaster.
his whale? Is that why he was proven guilty?
That doesn't sound quite...
Never mind.
It was both dream and reality.
The whale is kicking up a fuss.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
Like a child is just in there.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
The primordial whale. Oh fuck, what? What's happening? What the fuck? What? Excuse me? This is a courtroom. What? What? Oh, fuck, dude. Oh my god! It's like, it's him, guys! I got him scream! It's so brutal! I can't! Look at him! Oh my god! Child! Child! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! It's me! Are you okay? Oh my god! No! We gotta go in! We need to jump in there and get him out! No! I thought he was gonna fall in on the ground or something!
How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait.
Guys, I'm not okay. I'm not
whale
okay.
saw a dream?
I'm gonna cry. Oh my god. What? He just fucking... What? He just jumped out, beat up the whale, and then thumbs down to me. And then he left. I'm so mad. What? That's right. I'd wager that it's also the one that Child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it is chosen
so
to make
like
an appearance
him.
here.
Oh, that dick.
That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
I should not have played this
And
while I'm
once it
still
has finished
recovering. Like,
consuming all of
my
the energy
throat
contained within the sea,
is not
its
handling
next
this
step
well.
will be
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far
Child!
sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
He looked so tired. I want to save him. Can we just jump into the void?
Battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy? All we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
What? What do you mean? Why are you guys so cryptic? Just tell me.
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept.
That's right,
We've already
Navia.
done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
History of the future. After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait, but if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
So, the prophecy could just be like, this is happening, but we could have the prophecy take place, but change the outcome.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
What does she mean? Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? We gotta Steins Gate this! Keep the future as it should be, but make it so that even with the prophecy, everyone is still alive. Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Furina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at the last moment in the giant magic box? I don't know! Maybe we would have known if this whole stupid thing didn't happen. I'm still upset. What if we played a Fate sequel instead? Fatui. Shut up, Flint. What is her real secret? Talk to her, please. Oh, fuck. What is that?
What's happening with the oratories?
Oh, fuck. Now what?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
No! No!
Furina!
Get her!
No, I still need answers.
Yes! Huh? What? Who's that?
You.
Where is Furina?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success.
Oh my god, her voice is so different.
But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
What? It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one
Those
was
are the gods,
positively
right?
bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know.
Oh my god.
I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Thanks, Sabrija.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And
She's
I
an
still
Oceanid
do,
too.
even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Thanks,
All part of
First
the
Lords.
plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone.
Anyway, I ruined this girl's
weeping
life.
on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
Yeah, and you didn't make it any better.
And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
Yeah.
It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Oh my god. That's so much worse than I thought. I came into contact with Furina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection just like I did with the Oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Furina's inner world? Furina, what is she doing on stage? Wait a moment. That probably isn't Furina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Furina?
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not
Let the
feel
stage
it?
lights go off, please, if only for a second.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless
That way I
Fontanians
can
are upon
become
me.
myself again.
I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even if her heart of hearts, in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way. What was she going to tell us then?
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Seichi?
I'm so confused how to use her. I got the— oh, fuck! You're right! Wait a minute. Oh my god, I was like, why is that doing that all the time? Stop it.
Teamwork is dream work! Ugh. Adventure time!
Let's light it up! Ow! I'm going in! Huh? Hold that pose! Stop that! Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Let the world come alive! You're toast! Everybody stand back! Hold that pose! Hard-hitting Smile! Eat this! May I present?
That's all the spotlights turned off. In Furina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? Oh. Either way, looks like the show's about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. Scene 1. Before a mirror, Furina.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Did she suppress all
Wait
of
a
this?
moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will.
Oh, Furina.
And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
Furina!
You truly are the perfect human.
Oh my god.
My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
She's too good for them.
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Scene 2. Accession? What? What? Assassin speech. I've never heard that word. Accession? But wouldn't that be ascension?
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. But this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Pure earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
This is just like how they treated Nahida.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? This is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around.
So she's so used to
Best
acting
follow
this way.
this flow and restart my accession speech.
Summon courage resolutely with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
End the speech emphatically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, So long as I stand before the oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Like a dictator speech. I guess that's what the people wanted. Scene 3, Opera House, Furina. God's right.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
She's been waiting for it for so long.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
Oh, you're such a gentle and wise god.
She really is.
Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
They did not deserve her.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I
I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4, Opera House, Furina.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
Aww.
I don't think I let anything slip
She was
today.
keeping an eye on Poisson.
I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Scene 5, Opera House, Furina. The more I see this, the more mad I'm getting at everyone. Oh my god.
Lady Furina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Jeez.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must
maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Furina and... Oh.
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden
This
alone.
sucks.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice. This is a scene from when we were within that giant magic box. This is great. I didn't think this scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible.
This is great.
It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say.
No!
I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
But for her, it's like she's gone through so many years. She's gone through like hundreds of years of putting up this act. It's so risky to reveal it to anyone. So I get it.
Fine.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people
so
of
cruel.
Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine. Yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratories, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
What?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratories take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratories. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the
I don't
rules
think so either,
established
Sleepy.
by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
She has
so the
too many brain
Oratrice's call
cells
for
for me.
death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervillet. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Iudex Nervillet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Oh my god.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago
have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power? Just how? Or just now? What? When? Do you understand why I was pushing you to do this? Yeah, I get it. I get it now. I understand. I have so many thoughts. I have so many things on my mind right now. I'll leave it until we have more of a break. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know if now is the best time to, because when I say I want to lay it out, I mean I want to really lay it out. Not just like, anyway, here's what I think about this. You think this is the best time? Okay. Oh my god. What? Poor Furina. What the fuck? Poor Furina. I knew she was hiding something. And I knew it was for the benefit of everyone. And I knew that whatever we were doing and prying into her was... I didn't like it. I didn't like any of it. But just imagine how she must have felt when we were like knocking down every single one of her rebuttals that she's a god. That's so sad. And it's like, I feel bad about Focalore, but come on, that's so cruel. You made this human version of yourself, who's not you because she's not you. You made this human girl go through 500 plus years of just like absolute torture, thinking that at the end of it all, she would die. And then at the very end, you didn't even tell her that at the trial. Everyone was going to find out anyway, and she would think that everything was for nothing. You know how in the Fontaine trailer we thought she was such a brat? I know. This is so boring. Give me the trial I want. I know. And I was like, wow, that's so fun. I want a Archon. Like, you know what though? I did not lie when I said this is the Archon for me. This is going to be the Archon that makes me interested in Archons. Because up until that point, I was like, yeah, Archons are whatever. I don't really give a shit about them, to be honest. I like Anahida a little bit, but to be honest, she kind of annoyed me towards the end. But that might also be the VA. I just found her like, generally, they're just like, they hold everything back. They're all gods. They're too above me. Like, I just don't care about them. She was the only Archon, quote unquote, that I really liked. Yeah, exactly. They're too grandiose. They're too holier than thou. It's like, I don't care. She really tried. Dude, she really tried. I don't get what Nouvelle and Focalore had going on though. Like, did he know her? Because he was kind of like, ooh, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. To be honest, I'm just mostly freaking out about Furina right now. Yeah, Nouvelle didn't seem like he knew her. He just seemed really upset by everything. Just like everyone else in this Archon quest. Everyone's just really sad and everyone's crying all the time. Yeah, she dragged him into it too. She dragged everyone into it. Everyone was a pawn. I mean, it was for a reason. I get it. Because a heavenly body. What the fuck is up with the heavenly bodies in this game? What's with them? Why are they like, or heavenly spirits, whatever they were? Why are they such butts? Like, why? Why are they such dicks? There's this thing with Nuvile. She wanted him to get to know humans so he would, at the end of it all, forgive them. Oh, okay. I didn't really get that. You don't know. That's the problem. No one's ever seen them. That's fair. We just know that they're terrifying, apparently. And I'm guessing that's why the Fatui, or that's why the Tsaritsa, her plan is to get rid of them, right? Or at least gain independence from them, right? And that's why she wants all the Gnosises, right? They killed all the gods and put 7 in place and restricted all the elements. They just do things and throw nails at people, destroying civilizations. Yeah, but that's the plan of the Fatui, right? To to stop their influence on the world. And then they also hire a bunch of psychopaths too. You know, just for fun. Because according to Child, the Tsaritsa, her intentions are noble. And just knowing what we know about the heavenly beings or whatever from Furina's perspective, it's like, I get it now. I understand why they want to overthrow the heavenly beings so badly. Like, they suck. They're so... They're mean. Mean little butts. What did Nuvile just do, though? When he made the rain fall? What did he do there? I was a bit confused. Yeah, the Tsaritsa is like a lesser evil. Maybe not the other Fatui, so they're kind of dicks. He made them all true humans. Oh. He forgave them of their original sin of being turned into humans using the primordial sea power. Okay. Man. So did we need to do the trial for all of this to happen? I haven't done the Zhongli. I don't want to do that one. I'm assuming it explains the dragon powers and stuff. Destiny put Zhongli under oath to not say shit. That's so awful they are. I remember hearing about that one, actually. First Lord needed to die for this to happen. So that's why Furina needed to be on trial, so that the Hydro Archon could be declared guilty, right? And it was only until this point that they had enough in indict him, or whatever that was, to carry out the execution. And that was so that they didn't have a Hydro Archon anymore, and instead gave it to the dragon. They couldn't just kill her, or the Heavenly Principles would figure it out. So to them, what do they see this as? Do they know that Furina isn't an Archon? Because isn't that dangerous that they've revealed that Furina wasn't an Archon? Technically follows the prophecy, so they can't be mad. I don't know, like, if they have the power that they have, I feel like they're just kind of dicks to be dicks. I feel like they would just kind of be like, well, anyway, we're gonna mess everyone up because you lied. People think Furina isn't the Archon. My head keeps hurting every time I cough. I don't know what's going on. I've been coughing so much during that cutscene too. It's like, this is so intense. I'm actually dying here. I'll keep going. I think I've gotten most of it out. Most of it was just, Jesus, poor Furina. I felt so bad for her during that whole thing. Like, I didn't want to say anything because I feel like the story just kind of spoke for it. I kind of wanted to just listen. But I needed to, like, decompress and just say all of that because it was on my mind. And I just needed to get out. Like, poor Furina, guys. She went through so much. 500 years of this shit. She went through so much. I would not be able to deal with people's problems like that. Like, fuck that. All the Archons have voice lines about Furina now. Really? Do I even have any... Guys, I don't have any other Archons. I only have Furina. She's the only Archon I have and the only one I care for. Well, I like Venti, but I don't like him enough to pull for him. Because that's a lot of primos that I need for Navia that I don't even have any. I'll show you Venti's line on her. Yeah, that would be good. Let's finish the quest.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Oh boy. Me fight the whale? Me fight the whale? He wants me to fight the whale? I don't want to fight a whale.
We're going to execute it?
I don't want to fight a giant whale.
Going to do that?
This is scary.
I've already done my best.
Sorry, just a sec. Have you guys ever been to a museum? Like a museum that has lower difficulty. No, that has like you know, giant models of dinosaurs and things. When I was a kid, I went to a museum that had a giant fucking whale hovering in the entire room. Like, it was massive and it traumatized me. It wasn't a scary looking whale. It was just so big. And I got so spooked by how massive it was compared to me. And ever since then, whales have terrified me. Like, more than sharks, more than anything else, whales are the scariest creature in the ocean to me. Just the thought of being on a boat and seeing a giant fucking whale under me terrifies me. I hate this. I don't want to fight a fucking whale.
Yes, we can find a way to attack it from within.
I get why Child is terrified of
share
them.
a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Take a picture of them. No. This is not my team either. This is like this is my baby team. This is my Furina baby team.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
I don't know what we're doing.
Shower me with praise.
Destroy this. Okay, destroy this.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and a chance will present itself.
It's getting hostile. It did a thing. All right, bye. I don't want to be eaten. Oh, fuck. What is that?
Why is there a hole
What the fuck?
over there? It looks really scary.
Huh? was you!
Smile! Truth bomb! Strike a pose!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear.
Aw, thanks!
Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Why is it dubstep? What is happening?
The show begins!
You know what? That just reminded me, Pinocchio was so terrifying to me as a kid too. And it's probably because I got swallowed by a giant fucking whale.
Hold that pose!
Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons.
Thanks, Doobie!
Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Yoo-hoo!
I was about to take a picture. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. Where's Child? Where's my boy? Whoa. Whoa! What are you doing? What? What? My boy! That's his mentor! Huh? What? No! What have you done? Why did you fucking throw him into the whale hole?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
What did you just do?
It was supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Disciple and master's pet? What are you talking about? Disciple is Child, right? And then, cause you were the lady that Child met in the abyss. I know that much because Twitter's going insane over them. Master's pet?
That power. Who
Oh,
are
they're just
you
ignoring
exactly?
me. They're just ignoring what I just said.
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may
He
speak
mentioned
to
her
me
once
as equals.
in Fontaine when we met him for the first time in Fontaine. That's when we heard her name for, I think, for the first time. Other than that, it was only in his, I think the only time they mentioned her was in his friendship banner thing. It was somewhere there. Maybe they added a line in his voice line list about her. I remember there wasn't one initially, but maybe later. What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet? That's the pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
What are you talking about?
All in all,
what is
it
wrong with
fails
you?
as a pet.
I'm going insane. I'm going insane. My head is exploding.
I
can't speak anymore.
The point being...
I'm getting a headache.
Being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Who the fuck is that? I've never heard that name before in my life.
Huh?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Foul?
Like the Foul Legacy?
The Foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
What are you even talking about? She's insane. She's just saying things now. Did I get the Foul bit right? Oh my god, I got something.
So you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either.
What is wrong with
But
you?
I suppose you understand now, yes?
Help,
My
please,
master is
someone
likely a
help me.
similar sort to
Someone help me,
Rhine-daughter.
I'm dying.
They are both pursuing some form of
There's
perfection.
so much happening.
Wait, didn't you also mention
All right.
a visionary person? I didn't quite catch their name.
Thank you for letting me decompress before all of this happened, because I would not have been able to do this after.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform
close my
you
eyes and
that the
just-
all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What do you mean? No. There's little to be surprised about Paimon, because we knew that that was going to happen, because it has to look like that. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. You we had a whole talk about this, like, during stream, but, like, this is exactly what I was saying about characters that I know nothing about who just yap, yap, yap. And I'm like, I don't know what you're saying, and none of this is going into my head. It is natural, after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. Like, he smashed the pog! I was like, why are you pogging that? Alright. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has
I'm so proud
already
of you, girl.
managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
Why is this the first... I'm sorry. Why is this the first thing that I do on my vacation?
In
I
the
stay up
end,
until 2 a.m.
the people will all be dissolved into the waters.
No, Furina!
And only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Oh my god.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
But now they're all human. So even if they're flooded, they're not thingies. Yeah. They're not dissolved.
Hey!
Navia! Oh, they better be good swimmers if they live in Fontaine. Oh, look at her getting all the people. Look at her hair, she's so beautiful. She's so pretty. Whoa! The boat!
All
It's
hands,
the boat!
initiate emergency rescue!
Are they gonna kill people? Whoa! They just killed that guy!
Hey, lend a hand!
Rami! Well, everyone in Fontaine can swim underwater, right? Or not swim, breathe underwater, right? Or is that, wait, was that only if you, is that only if you, never mind, there are definitely dead people here.
Look! The water's receding!
Babies can swim, right?
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
It's a Christmas miracle!
The prophecy was wrong! The prophecy was wrong!
Yo! Can Pet swim? Stop talking! Just stop talking! Oh, Furina! We did it, Furina! We did it!
Right.
You did it!
We're saved.
You saved them all!
The prophecy.
This was you! Look at that sun! The sun is out for you, Furina! She still has no idea what's going on. This baby girl. You saved the world! Or just Fontaine, but that's what you wanted. Navia! She's so pretty.
The Furina di Rasula talks post-disaster
She's so
rebuilding.
beautiful.
I recently visited
Can you stop
Poisson to
showing
meet
her?
with Miss Navia,
I can't
spokesperson
think.
of the Furina
My
di
brain is
Rasula.
fried. I
And
can't.
we
I
spoke
just
about
can't think anymore.
Poisson's present and future.
Oh my gosh.
Old
I'm
soil
gonna
can still
cry.
give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it.
What?
Skyship
Navia.
Winglet, Booner Bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The
I
various
will-
disputes that have
I will
arisen
get
on
her
account of
eventually,
Mr.
even if
Edwin
it's not this
have
year.
suddenly become
I
a
will
shield
get her
over the
eventually,
Institute,
guys.
with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
I can't think, Paimon! They might have been real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them in that capacity.
What do you think? Pretty
Charlotte.
enthralling, huh?
Charlotte,
The
I'm gonna
Steambird's
cry.
idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Ah. It's me, Furina. But with a little bob cut. Did they just wait? Did they say go to the fortress? No, they didn't. They didn't. No, they didn't. Right? Finale. No, they said go to Poisson. That's fine. That's fine. I'll go to Poisson. I'll go to Fish. Dude, I'm gonna build her up so well. I'm gonna make her the toughest girl that ever growled. I can't believe we made it. How the fuck did we finish this? You saw Mona? I did see Mona! And then I tried playing as Mona for a bit, and then I realized my Mona is... I haven't touched Mona in so long. She's all the way down here. Level 60. She's broke. She's a broke bitch. She's using this weak ass. She's using this weak ass weapon. She's got terrible artifacts. She's got 2 constellations. That's not too bad. Her talents suck. Oh my gosh. Navia.
Navia!
My love.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you.
Where's
This
Child?
is Mr. Garun Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours.
What?
I especially like that article you wrote last year about
Fatuis love
Fontaine's stray
Charlotte.
cats.
Aww.
But
Everyone
if you
loves
don't mind,
Charlotte.
could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests
wanna
as
be
the Spina.
the good guys.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
Take the friendly out
that
of there.
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorand?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina, so she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Clorand, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo...
Oh!
And smile!
Smile! Oh my god, a photo with Navia.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Why were you in the center?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
This is sad though, because I'm gonna miss all of these characters so much.
You're very quick.
I love them.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
You already knew she was going.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
Have you done any of the
That's
character
a
quests? No.
Very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now, and tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
I need to do Furina to do the new event. Well. I guess I have no choice. Or I could skip it, but I mean, Navi isn't it? So. I'm not gonna skip the event. I'm not gonna skip doing Furina's quest. Normally I'd want to save it, but...
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Risley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Ooh, shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Snezhevich.
I'm fine with anything, but I would
We're just
prefer
having
chocolate
tea.
should
We're
you
all just
have
having
it.
tea.
All right.
It's not like
Leave
the
it
world
to
just
me.
ended. We're just
I'll
having
go over the
tea.
newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That's so funny.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you too.
She would look so pretty. More pretty. Prettier. I have to go back to the fortress.
Time to shine.
Whoa, I did not need to do that. Just bringing joy and laughter to this place. That's all. That's what I was doing. Sharing lipstick. Indirect kiss. No, I don't want to go back here. Boo.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
I'll do it for Charlotte.
All right then, this way.
Everyone's sad faces.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
I don't care about these people.
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a
Needles
myth
and his
back there,
gossip bud?
like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh! Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot
the
of it.
place into walkies.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
She really does know how to squeeze opportunities for all they're worth.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple?
Oh
well,
my
then,
god.
2
I
solo
don't.
photos
Shut up.
will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before.
Oh,
seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Sigewinne.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sigewinne. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
What?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
Child! You sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh.
He's not fine, he got thrown into the
Are
abyss.
things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time.
Charlotte.
Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Why do you want to be here longer? What? Why? Oh, thank goodness. Whoa. Oh my god, it's the start of the... It's the start. So we didn't get the... people that got turned into Oceanids, we didn't get them to come back.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Oh.
Freight machinery.
They're dead. That's so sad. I guess they didn't want to go back on, you know, everything. But still, it's still sad. Whoops! Furina, I'm so sorry!
I didn't see them! They really are here! How did you know?
I was gonna pull out the parachute!
Not
But
to
it
mention
pulled me
that
through
she's
a
been in
cutscene
touch with
before I
Lenny and the
could.
others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler,
I didn't mean
Paimon.
to! I would never!
And Miss Charlotte,
I
too.
would never hurt her.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level
After
has
all
returned
she's
to
been-
normal.
No, stop
but if
it,
you
I
see any of
didn't
your
mean
things
to.
floating around,
I
you
would
can use
never.
this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Fremine. Oh, you guys could be friends.
Is this what you meant by
Charlotte would be
help you
such a
make
good
some
friend
more
for
friends?
Fremy. Like,
To be
she
honest,
would
that sounds pretty sweet.
pull him out of his little
Could I
bubble.
have your contact, please?
Oh my god.
Sure.
He's gonna have a friend.
Please, write down my address.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Aww. That sounds like it would suit him.
Yes,
so
I was
sweet.
planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine
Pears?
himself.
Who's Pears?
In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you
That's his
come over?
pinky.
Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
I am going
My,
to
that
cry.
Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, traveler?
I don't hate you, I think. I don't think I hate you anymore in-game.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift?
Huh?
Gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds.
Huh?
I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies? What? My war buddies? Why did I quotation? What? What do you mean, Illuminate? What are you talking about? Comrade? I miss him. Let me go into Snezhnaya. He's my Nakama. I want to go to Snezhnaya and see him. Or the Abyss, or wherever the fuck he is. She threw him into the Abyss. He's not in Snezhnaya right now. She literally just yeeted him back into the Abyss. Why? I don't know. I want him back.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
It's her. Is Mona gonna show up too? What? Oh.
Father.
Oh my god, I thought that was Mona's teacher.
Well, what do
teacher's
you
friend
know?
for a sec.
Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance.
Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind.
I still am
I
so
would have done
shocked she
them
has got a
regardless.
ponytail.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
I want to like cut the ponytail off.
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. What? Please help us deliver this.
A vision?
The child!
All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
No, I wanted to give it to him myself. No.
And that's a wrap for me.
Now we're definitely not gonna see him.
You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
She's so graceful.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture.
Probably for the
Thankfully,
best.
I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And
oh my god,
what
that
do you
was
know?
forever ago.
I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Handing out pockets. Oh.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off.
Bye.
Shall we see how Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Wow. What an Archon quest. I'm actually really glad that I did it as it released instead of like doing all in one go like with the other Archon quests. Because there's something special about waiting for it and not knowing what's going on with everyone else. Kind of. Well, I did play it late, but technically I did also wait until each one came out-ish. I just waited like an extra amount of time. A little bit more. Ooh. You do need to get caught up, yeah. Absolutely. I'll take that. September? Oh, of next year. It's well a ways. Oh my god, I remember speed running the story so hard. Huh? Look for Nuvile. Oh. He's not inside. I just assumed he was. He must be at the back. Oh, Furina. Furina, wake up! She's a little bit hurt, but she's trucking along as usual.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there!
Oh my god. Paimon, your angle change almost made me drop Furina into the ocean. Can you just not do that? She can heal herself? Really?
Shower me with praise!
Is it that one that heals her? Oh, wait! What heals her? Charge attack. Oh! I didn't know that. It switches stances? I did not know that either. In her white form, her skill.
Strike a pose!
What's her white form? What are you talking about? This one? Oh my god! She's healing! White girl form.
So, you really are here, Neuvillette? Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr.
Why did you
Linney.
say it like that?
He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
What? We're supposed to be the Heavenly Principles and use Furina's endless poems to save Fontaine.
So that's what happened?
I only saw Furina's part myself.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that it was at that moment that the Fontainians were truly born. Why did I struggle with that?
And in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
I still can't get over that they say Oceanids.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
The verdict on Child. I think the verdict on Child bit was they needed to get him into the abyss to keep the whale distracted, maybe. And that's why they tried to get him in. Oh, by the order of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Annalise Cardinal. Hello, Snow Owl Strike. We're almost at the end.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
Okay, but Skirk apparently was like, oh, you know, she has a narwhal all under control. So why couldn't she just, like, zip-zoop it away? What's up with that? Like, if the whale was the all-powerful threat that was destroying everything, was that Skirk's fault? Because it feels like it kind of was. She didn't want to.
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial,
to be nice,
whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I'm gonna cry. Fontaine's future.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Furina has already left. What's that all about?
If Child wasn't there, the
Lady
whale
Furina.
would have destroyed everything.
The people
before
are
they
only
were
aware
ready.
that her death
Child was
sentence
part
has
of the
not
original
been carried
prophecy.
out.
It was all
she
a gamble,
abdicated
wasn't
the
it?
post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House.
Because initially the prophecy was just that Fontaine would succumb to the whale and everyone would be buried alive. Everything else they did was to try and go against that. So that wasn't part of the prophecy what everyone else was doing, including Child. I think they just got lucky there.
I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither
Then again, he also
saddened
did
nor
awaken the
comforted.
whale, so.
She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House. Not unlike
Fate
how
is
an
fate,
ordinary
I guess.
person might.
Everything happens in this world. Well, not in real life. I don't think fate is fate there. But in game.
You need
fate
not worry.
is definitely very
I
important.
will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In
Well, no,
truth, I
lots of
am
art.
somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy
That's a
from?
good question.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay, my next stop on my journey.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Soon,
I'm
as
afraid
in
that
a
I have
year.
little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land.
What is it?
As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Which one's that?
Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
The big one? I think I know what you're talking about.
Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
Scar is
No
a
wonder
funny
the
line
House of the
about
Hearth
him.
is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
What did she say?
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet? Whoa!
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend.
Who
I'm
are
sure I've
you?
encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what
She
you
looks like
speak
she's
of.
from
Of course. How could I
the
forget?
Space Games.
You should have the remains
The
of the
Space
third
Toyverse
descender on your
games.
person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that
Yeah,
much
that
is
one.
true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she
She's
handed
got,
her
like, the
gnosis
look.
to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you.
What is she even talking about?
To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Leave him alone. He's an arbiter of the Aeon?
That's
What are you even
she
talking
told
about?
me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
I see. Descender, she mentioned one of them. I am the fourth descender. For me, this information means two things. One, the Gnosis are related to descenders, and two, the one who came before me has already died. Who told me
guessed
that
that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental
I
abilities,
remember being told this,
do
but
indeed
who was
come
that told
from
us
the
that?
third
Was
descender.
it Naida?
I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
I won't die so easily.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him.
Yes,
Or
let's
go look
do
for
that.
his master and get the answers that way.
Or we could go look for
I
Child.
too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too
It's
will
always
guess
making
that
you
if
sleepy.
wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Huh? The end. Clap. Oh my gosh. I've got such a headache. Not from the game, but just like... So how much I've been coughing throughout the whole thing.
Who are these people at the tea party? Why, they are my loyal followers, of course.
Huh? Why is that? Oh, I see. Oh my gosh. You gonna see the venti line? Okay. About Furina, a bard must be versed in both music and song, but a stage performer requires far more skills than just these. Hey, don't you think we should invite her over to put on a show at the next Windbloom Festival? Huh? You want me to talk about how she saved Fontaine? Well, I mean, she's such a talented artiste. It's no wonder. I wouldn't be surprised even if she'd saved the entire world. Aww. They do have lines about her. That's really cute. Yeah, unfortunately, she's the only Archon I have. Because she's the only one I've ever pulled for. And I am really glad that I got her. As sad as I am to not have gotten Navia, I'm really, really glad that I got her. One day, I will have them both. And I will put them both on the same team.
Boring.
And it will be amazing.
Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
Furina! I was talking about how amazing your team is gonna be when I put you both together. It'll be amazing and great. Don't make fun of me. What if I try one more time? What if I try one more time? Okay, never mind. I had to give it a go, guys. I had to try. Oh my gosh. Alright, on that note, you guys, we finished the game. I can still do a character trial, right? I haven't done that, and I do want to see how she plays. Let's do that to end. Game over. We're done. We finished the game, guys. We beat the game. Oh my god. I'm Navia. Look at her. I could be this. Look at her hair. Look at how her... I could be running around as Navia with her beautiful hair flying back. Oh my god. Wait, what? Navia, please. She throws petals? No, shut up. She's so perfect. She's so perfect. I need her. Guys. No, I need her so badly.
Hey there! Attack! That's the whip. Submit!
Give up.
I'm going in! Nice and spicy! Hey there! Yeah! A proper send-off from the Spina with love.
From the Spino with love.
Yeah! A proper send-off from the Spino with love.
Oh, she's so perfect!
This one's got your name on it. Umbrella Warfare, I guess.
Umbrella Warfare. Oh my gosh. No, she's so fun to use. I'm gonna cry. Alright, you know what? No. We're doing the Chasm quests. Not now. But we're gonna do the Chasm quests. And I'm gonna get all of those fates to use. And then we're gonna get her. Maybe. I don't know. Probably not, but we'll see. Okay. I'm leaving. I'm quitting the game. I'm done. That was such a good story quest. That was, I mean, not, well, not story quest. We call that Archon quest. That was such a good Archon quest. That's definitely the best. This whole Archon storyline. Fontaine is the best part of this entire game. Like, I'm sorry, but it is. Like, you can't say anything else. No, it is the best part of this entire game. They've literally reached their peak. They need to just keep going in this direction, you know? They need to keep making the travelers speak and have our own lines, and they need to make Archons that are interesting. Oh, the prison was awful. That's true. The prison was terrible. But I feel like every Archon quest has had like one section that's just been horrible. You know what? Because I need to pee. But also, we did it. Guys, we did it.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Furina, I would do anything for you. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you did that. Jeez. Now I know. Now I know about her. Okay. I'm gonna try and follow it up with a region about war. Uh-oh. Oh, let's see. All right. And on that note, thank you guys for joining me. I'll see y'all later. It's almost 3 a.m. I'm gonna go sleep. Good night.
Boring. Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?